Hello and welcome. Are you ready for some Mortdog madness? That's right. I'm DoA. With me is the man himself, Mortdog. And you and Scarra have put together this tournament that has perhaps the harshest point system ever in the history of TFT. It is hardcore. It is relentless. It is unforgiving. Are you ready? Are you psyched that here we are? It's already day 2, actually.
Yeah, it's been really fun so far. I'm excited to see, the meta shift, the what players are playing, what they learned from day 1, seeing all these really high level challenger players and what they pick up, and just trying to eke that top 4, because again, all that matters in this tournament is getting that top 4, and so just anything they can do to get that, it's going to be really cool to see.
I like it. It's neat to see players put under that pressure where like getting a few points from 5th, 6th, not good enough anymore. You need that top 4. But let's take a look at the format. We've kind of talked about it a little bit already, but basically yesterday, we started with 128 players, a lot of players. Out of that pool of players, we had groups that played 3 games each, and then the top 64 from there played 4 games. And then the top 4 of each of those groups advanced to our top 32 that we're going to look at today. They are going to play 5 games each. There's too many lobbies going on right now for us to cover all of them on this stream, but a lot of the players, I think all of the players are actually streaming right now. So if you go to the TFT section of Twitch, you can find a lot of POVs if you want to go watch those. But we are going to watch, I think 1 game from each group and then jump over to other groups if like some of them haven't finished yet after our game is done. But we'll keep you abreast of all the developments throughout the day. Here's the prize pool, and like props to you and Scarra Mortdog for funding this. This is great. How did this come together?
Yeah, I mean, the competitive scene, I just wanted to see some more stuff happen, as well as this idea for a format for like top 4ing was something I wanted to try, and so I got together a little money and threw it in and said let's do it. And working with Giant Slayer, who have been great partners so far and like have been doing really good stuff for the TFT scene. So yeah, I just wanted to make it happen, and then Scarra kicked in and was like, let's make it super awesome, which was really awesome of him. Yeah. And so here we are.
That's so cool. And it's neat for me because like I part of the League of Legends scene for a really long time. So it's neat to see someone like Scarra, who's, was a pro player for a long time and then became like a hyper famous personality in the scene, streaming a lot, supporting something like TFT Esports, right? Because TFT has just been like the awesome best esports surprise of last year that's continued into this year. It's been great to be part of it. But let's take a look at our lobbies. There's 4 different lobbies going right now. We're going to start with a game from this lobby. And already you've got some pretty big names on here. Dark Hydra, Luca, Marcus, 35, KCI, some familiar faces, and then some ones we haven't seen before, right?
Yeah, some of the people at the top of this lobby, because this is how they're seated too. So like Dark Hydra and Luca are coming off a really good performance, 30, 40 points in the last bracket, whereas like KCI and Art Killer just barely snuck by. So I think they're looking to sort of turn it around and crank it up a bit from how they did in the last bracket.
Yeah, Becca Fanboy, otherwise known as Shroud Fanboy on his actual stream name. We're just going to call him Fanboy, our only representative from the Japanese region too. So very cool to see him there. Here's Lobby B. Again, a lot of great players getting through here. Kune, Zugrug, Fluffy, obviously. And Live for the Day is that's actually a Saint Vicious, but we're told he has not shown up yet. So hopefully he will make an appearance and not take some very, very fast 8s. But either way, that's going to be a strong lobby as well.
Yeah, Itchy representing OCE as our only OCE representative as well. Should be good to see. Ging from Turkey. So that's another one that has a single representative. So we'll be really interested to see if they can, take their region to the top.
Yeah, this, the funny thing is that this is kind of ending up being like one of the biggest global TFT tournaments that has been put on yet. So that's kind of fun to see too. It's almost like a mini Worlds a little bit during the middle of it. Let's take a look at Lobby C. That one, another lot of great players. Goat of Peste, Kurum X, Hero, of course, Aegon, who's one of my favorite players to watch because he plays such a high-risk style, which is a big deal today, actually. And then players like Sunny Lu, Glider, Crowin, Broccoli that we've seen in some tournaments throughout. Crowin, of course, another favorite on in the tournament scene. Just, a lot of exciting players to watch.
Yeah, this is the NA heavy lobby. 5 NA players in this lobby. Goat being one of the 2 Brazil representatives, and then 2 EUW players. Again, Sunny, like you said, Sunny, Broccoli, Crowin, Aegon, Kurum. Really interesting to see how they all do.
Yeah, for sure. Lobby D. Let's see the final one, the Zeniator on the top of that one. Tien as well. Balotelli, Cottontail, of course, who was a prominent player in the C9 tournament we saw recently. I don't even know how to pronounce that one. I'm going to be honest right there. I want to say Chewbacca. I really do. Maybe that's a Star Wars fan in me. Chewbacca, I don't know. He's, let the Wookiee win is always good advice. So maybe we'll see how he does in that lobby anyway. But it's going to be tough because you've got players like Grand Vice as well, who's one of the best players in TFT. So none of these lobbies are going to be easy.
Yeah, so this lobby is pretty stacked because both Cottontail and Grand Vice got 3 firsts in the first bracket. So they came in real hot and then struggled a little bit in the second round. So we'll see how they do this time. But I think they're both coming in with a lot of hype this time.
Yeah, I was reviewing some of Grand Vice's games from yesterday, this morning, and it really blows my mind how good he is at min-maxing in the early and mid game, really finding any little synergy, any little change he can make on his board to help him win rounds. He's so much better at it than me. It makes me furious, but it also makes me want to watch the stream a lot more. So I'll probably be doing that.
It's fun when you watch the stream and even the players are like, oh, it's an 8th. I'm not sure. Oh, got what I needed. And surprise, it's a first.
Oh, yeah.
So definitely a roller coaster of emotions there.
Well, he had a couple games too where it was looking legitimately really rough for him. The very first game of the day for Grand Vice yesterday was really looking like an 8th, honestly, for a while. And then he found the pieces. But time to move into game number 1. It's going to be a Dwarf Planet, and we're going to jump on board with Dark Hydra. Dark Hydra, part of the Germany delegation that just won the giantslayer EU Cup. So already finding some success this week, and one of my favorite players to watch too.
Yeah, it looks like Dark Hydra is going to Rod start, which gives him a lot of options on this map, because typically players are going to favor, either a protector comp with the Nikos or obviously the Mech comp. And this can give him a nice ionic spark. Could give him a death cap, could build something on the Victor here. So already a lot of options that are pretty positive for this particular galaxy.
Yeah, I like this galaxy. It's, as someone who played TFT from the very, very beginning, I remember when the game was just literally Dwarf Planet every single game. And, the AoE was strong. We'll put it that way. Going back there, I'm going to ask you some questions about the history of TFT as well while we watch this kind of stuff. So since we've got you in the stream, we might as well grill you about TFT stuff, right? But going back a bit, what was really the big thing that made you make the decision to go from this size board to the board we know now?
So there were advantages to the smaller board for sure, right? It allowed us to zoom in a little bit more on the characters, which make them feel a little closer, add some combat clarity and things like that. But the options were kind of limited, right? It was sort of bunch up in the corner or don't. And we kind of see that actually when we're playing this galaxy, right? It's it feels a little more limited. By adding the extra row, all of a sudden we felt like there was a bit more depth of choice. So, you could do things like back row, left side, right side, front row, back row. And so adding that extra positioning, we think, added a lot more depth to the game. So
I would agree. I think it's definitely been a lot better to be able to be a little bit more fluid about your positioning every round. Yeah. One thing to watch with Dark Hydra is that you can tell he's a former StarCraft 2 pro because of how quick he clicks. Both him and Pult, man, are going to be moving things around so fast.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with Dark Hydra here because he's got the rod and the glove, which is the jeweled gauntlet, and we're like you said, we're starting to see the rise of that barbecue rumble comp. Yeah. So does he consider going that, or does he hold on to those items, or does he lock in an early Shroud? Shroud's been really popular this tournament in this meta, so
Shroud seems really, really important just in general because especially on a map like this, you mentioned that protectors are really popular and they're popular in general, but they're kind of especially good because of Nico's longer reach, for lack of a better description, because of the smaller board. So being able to shroud the Nico early and give your team that little bit of extra time without being stunned can come in really, really handy. So I wouldn't be surprised to make the shroud, but you mentioned the barbecue rumble comp. I would love to see somebody play that because it's just super entertaining to watch. You just roast everybody.
Yeah, it's interesting here because Dark Hydra's kind of got a weak board, didn't hit any of his pairs. Isn't really locking down any items. So I think in this position here, you're probably going to see a bit of trying to lost streak a bit, trying to get that early carousel pick. Oh, no, it locks the death cap.
Oh, wow. Okay. So he does leave himself open to play that shroud. But, I think the philosophy is probably still the same, right? Where it's now maybe this is going to be the difference between, losing every round and losing rounds, but also killing at least one champion on the other side each time, just to make those losses a little bit easier. But he could
Yeah.
win rounds with this. He
Well,
needs to be
that's
careful.
the thing. The death cap actually gives him a pretty good advantage here. Protectors are
Yeah.
a pretty good opener with just the 2 1-stars. They'll get a lot of health. Like every time they cast, that's an extra 200, 300 health. So yeah, and there he goes. He wins that game. So
yeah, strong start. Finding the Rakan as well. Now we can just add Celestial to the mix.
yeah,
And like I would be pretty happy with this start if I were a Dark Hydra. Just being able to have the ability to play those like 2 AoE protectors early on, Jin Zhao with the knockup. I guess he doesn't really have the AoE, but then Rakan has just become like one of the best all-around champions in the game, it seems like right now.
Yep.
And so just having that is going to be nice.
Yeah, protector front lines are definitely sort of like the S tier early game front line for sure.
Yeah.
This I think is going to be a little bit of a rough matchup for him though. The 4 to 3, a couple 2-stars in there, so don't see him coming out of this one.
Well, by not leveling and playing so wide, he's kind of just saying, I guess, that like he doesn't really care about win streaking right now. He just wants to sort of like play a board, see what he gets, be flexible, in terms of being able to play wide on the bench, and then just kind of like econ up a little bit, which is kind of oh, go ahead.
By locking the death cap and everything too, and we're seeing like the Poppy and the Ahri on the board, he's leaving himself open to go like the Star Guardian version of this comp that we've seen do very well if it hits.
Right.
The lack of tiers does make that a little scary, but at the same time, if you just feel like a strong Nico front line, could go that route. So we'll see where he takes this. Like, even now, he's kind of hesitating. Like, do I really want to 2-star this Leona or not?
Yeah. I mean, you can run early Vanguards with Sorcerers, and keep using the Ziggs, I suppose, too. But like, yeah, you don't necessarily need to. I mean, at least if you do 2-star it, you can just sell it back for full value because it's a 1 cost. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world. But
Right.
I kind of like the idea of, maybe even going all in on, like you mentioned, Protector Sorks, because if you get to a point where you're picking up the Victor, like the Victor is going to be especially good on Dwarf Planet.
Yeah, and as we see there, he sells to make the econ because again here, like starting to build up that econ, getting to the levels where you can start finding the Nikos and buying the Nikos and building that up is going to be really important here. So this is where you have to make that tough choice of like not having your options open, but instead sort of committing to this early game comp. And so now he's going to be hoping that he can hit the the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, the Rakan to build up that early game board.
Yeah. I think though, if you look at the collection of units he's got, you're going to be feeling pretty good. Like even an RE1 early is probably one of the strongest 1-star units in the game. So combining,
I won't be surprised if he moves the death cap from the Ziggs to the RE at some point. So
I feel like when he gets a second sorcery, you're kind of almost forced to, right? Because you're going to get that synergy, and then you're also going to get the benefit of having Ahri with the death cap.
Yeah.
See what he grabs. Yeah. All right. Chain Vest. It's going to be another strong defensive item. He's got the ability to build something like Bramble Vest now. You can save it for the GA, which is pretty useful on Nico in a lot of cases. So we'll see.
Yeah, even just getting that early Bramble could get him a lot of early game advantage. And again, with the top 4 tournament, if you're really valuing that early health a lot, that Bramble could make a big difference. He also was smart and got a 3 gold unit here, which puts him in range to hit that 20 gold econ. So yeah, we see there's Shroud here. Yeah, I'll be curious if he buys the Zoe and moves it over, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? Because Ahri does so much damage without items to begin with, and then a death cap on Ziggs is such a significant source of single target damage. I'd almost rather kind of stick with this because like the Zoe gets a nice CC and you do get the Sork buff, but I would be afraid to lose the Ziggs single target damage at this point too. Looks like he's gonna stick with it for now.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially because the CC is really good later game, but early game, like you said, you need such a high percentage of your army to do that damage that Zoe doesn't really carry you in the early game.
Yeah. Wouldn't be bad if he wins to just pick it up and keep it on his bench. I'd probably still grab that, just to have sorcerers at 5 or something like that, or just use it early on. But he doesn't win the round, so no chance to do that, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, Luke going to level 5 with the infiltrators, trying to survive and get as much health as he can. So yeah, here we see the switch into the Syndra.
Oh yeah, that's a big difference from Zoe, definitely.
Yeah, and already, by the way, we're not seeing anyone win streaking, so it's already looking pretty competitive. No one's kind of running away with it. It looks like Sage struggling a bit with the 76 health, but otherwise looking like a very tight lobby right now.
Thinking about infiltrators on this galaxy, I'm always like a little bit nervous to play infiltrators because they're going to get ganged up on so much more often than on a normal galaxy. So I'm surprised actually to see. Sometimes you just have to play it because it's your strongest board, but I feel like infiltrators are a little bit weaker than usual with this configuration.
Yeah, I think you can get away with the Nocturne and the Zed early, but I think it falls off already by like 2-6, 3-1, and you've got to get out of it. And then at that point, you can run the Fizz. But this is certainly a harder Galaxy to say run like a Shaco carry, for example.
Uh-huh. Oh wow, he finds the Jarvan too. So that is huge. So we'll check back in with that Dark Hydra later. We're gonna swap over to see what Sage is up to here. Sage just doing a little bit of scouting. Obviously, like if you're new to TFT, this is one of the best times to get some early game scouting done because you're gonna be waiting a little bit for the Terror Bursters or the Krugs or whatever you want to call them to attack, and you can just kind of get a good glimpse of what everyone else is working on.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, Sage is struggling a bit at 68 health, but has the 2-star Ahri already, but is struggling to kind of get a good front line going. Only has the 1-star Pirates with the 2-star Graves, so we'll see how that goes.
He finds the belt for Morellonomicon. That's huge. And yeah, he immediately picks up that Cassiopeia. I think it's good to grab the Ahri as well. Wow, he finds a Victor. Oh, man.
Ooh, that is a shop. 2-4 costs.
Yeah.
With Soraka early, if he decides to pivot to like a Vanguard Mystic with Soraka already, that could be really strong. He's only a bow away from basically really good cast items, although the RFC not as good on Dwarf Planet, but the other items really good here. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a tough choice though, because you look at the Victor in the Annie and you're kind of like, oh man, I could go like Mech with Victor. I think you build the Morellonomicon either way, because you can always move those items over, right? But he's kind of stuck between comps at the moment. We'll see. You could just, and it's not like he can't pivot either. Wow, he goes for the Death Cap and the belt instead of the Morellos.
Yeah, that surprises me a little, but I will say, at least on this map, the extra burst can matter a lot more than the slow burn of Morello. So I can at least see that decision. Although at this point, why hold the Cassiopeia? Because at that point, you've kind of said, I'm not going that route. So we'll see how that goes.
Huh, that is interesting. Because we've talked earlier about how strong Mech is on this Galaxy, because the Mech ability will hit so many more people when it goes off. And you combine that with, Victor, of course, softening up the backline and applying that Morello's effect to keep the backline not healing while the Mech ultimate is kind of loading up. It just seems really good. And so he does swap in the Victor. Oh, interesting. Huh.
Yeah,
okay.
The 2-star Ahri is going to be a tough decision to get rid of for a long time, because that's going to carry him a little bit.
I think part of it maybe is he wants to kind of keep this loss streak going for just a little bit longer. And so maybe not playing like quite the strongest board he could. We'll see. Ooh, the Ash Arrow.
That's really risky at like already down to 61 health and leveling to 6. Pretty risky. So he ends the lose streak. So we'll see if he starts like really pumping up that army from this point on.
I suppose he's got a Titan's Resolve as well. So I wonder if he's almost kind of hoping he finds that Mech right now.
Yeah, that's what makes me think like he sold the actually still running the Cassiopeia, but using those Ahri items on the Victor and then building more of the Mech items if he can hit the Mech does seem like the area to go here.
Yeah, it's kind of scouting around too, because you don't want to be like the third Mech player in the lobby, of course.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you aren't ending up as such. And right now, you're not going to see a lot of people, with the Mech completed. So he's looking at benches. He's looking at items to see kind of like the trajectory that someone might go if they're thinking Mech as well.
Exactly. And looking at the results from yesterday, it was like anytime the Mech underperformed, it was typically when there were like 3 Mech players in the lobby.
That makes sense.
So like you said, definitely want to make sure you're not contested and get locked into a lane that is just going to doom you to a 5th or a 6th or a 7th. So
yeah, it becomes such an items game then too, because if you find the Mech pieces, but then you don't find as good of items as someone else hits, you're just going to be at that like big disadvantage,
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, at least he's got the Titans here, but getting something like that QSS is going to be key to really kicking that Mech off. Plus, finding the Fizz is always the hard part. Woo!
Wow, Spatula and Infinity Edge. All right.
What is it the players call this? I'm not sure.
I was going to say, this is. Did you know this carousel is named after you?
I was kind of aware of that.
So explain yourself. How do we end up with carousels like this?
I mean, definitely experimenting with sort of wow moments. The odds of this particular carousel are 1 in 200.
Wow.
So this is definitely a rare situation.
Yeah.
But what this does is it opens up, like, knowing that, like, hey, there's a lot more people that could be running Blade Master, Battlecast, Star Guardians are a bit more open, and so, like, knowing that that stuff is around changes how you play the game, and so now we're sort of testing what you can do here. Protectors, I didn't even mention protectors. Like, protector comps just got a lot stronger by that carousel showing up, right? Because anyone can run a 4, 5, or even hit that 6 protector comp now. So
right, the threat of something like Protector Aurelian Soul is also much more real and something to be scouting for. But it is interesting. I actually really enjoy when like a bunch of spatulas get introduced into a game, because then I have that spatula and I can kind of make those choices. Oh wow,
that
Dark
shroud,
Hydra.
that shroud hurts.
Yeah, no kidding. Finding a really good shroud off that Jin Zhao, basically hitting everybody. It's a very late Ari ultimate, but the nice thing is that there's just really no 2-stars aside from the Jarvan on the other side.
Yeah, Dark Hydra struggling to find pairs.
Yeah,
I think the Ari is going to come out here. Oh, if this
Cinder
Cinderall's big.
Oh man, that was so close. Oh, does he kill him anyway?
The two Battlecast kept him alive.
Wow, I thought there was a really good chance that Syndra ult might just finish off both the Cassiopeia and the Ari, but it was so close.
And this is an example where, like, you want to look back at this moment, and if Sage, barely wins by like 3 health or something, it's all going to come back to like little decisions like that, where it was like that could have swung either way. That positioning could have been completely different, or maybe if he hadn't been shrouded, he would have survived by more units. And so it's really interesting how every micro decision can sort of snowball the game from there.
Right. And, sometimes when you lose a round like that, you might be like, oh, well, I only lost it by like 1 unit. But, then you add like 5 rounds, 6 rounds through the course of a game, and that ends up being like a lot of HP that you end up draining, or you don't do to your opponents. So it definitely is like a cumulative thing throughout the game. Everything that happens matters.
Yeah. So here we see Art Killer, who's running Cyber and already has really good items. He's got the IE Giant Slayer, which is going to be good against anyone who tries to go mech. He already had the Redemption for Cyber, which just allowed him to dominate that fight. So Art Killer looking real strong here.
Yeah, as a art major and a holder of an art degree, I'm not so sure about that name, but maybe he's just describing what the sort of modern art scene is doing to art in general. I would agree. Then I'm all in favor of that name. It is killing it. So
yeah, and definitely seeing Cybers do really well across the tournament. A lot of people have sort of discovered the Giant Slayer, i.e. Last Whisper itemization for Vayne, which is a great counter to the mech meta that's been slowly appearing. So seeing that do well again this game is almost not surprising.
Yeah, and Cybernetics has this unique sort of situation where even though you're reliant on a sniper like Vayne, which you would think would not be as good in Dwarf Planet because you aren't going to be as far away from people as you would like to be with snipers, Vayne doesn't really need that sniper buff to do a lot of damage, and things like Aurelia are just going to be, closer and able to get to the back line a little bit easier.
Yeah.
So it ends up working out, weirdly enough.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sage, his item hit was kind of rough here.
Yeah.
The double bows RFC, not as useful for this comp or on this map. Last Whisper, not something he's really looking to build. So actually his items or his choices are looking pretty limited here.
Yeah, he's finding some mech pieces, and even if he does find that, I guess you do still have the Titan's Resolve that he can throw onto the mech.
Yeah, Titan's Resolve Shroud probably.
Yeah, you could make somebody into an infiltrator with one of the bows and with the spatula to make sure you have that buff.
Yeah,
I like Soraka Infiltrator, which I know might sound weird, but she can generally survive and get off an ult even if she dives into the backline like that. So
yeah,
in a pinch, it's not terrible, I guess. Oh wow. Soraka too.
Oh, he found the fizz.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So he finds the mech. Let's hold on this view for just a little bit longer and just watch him make this transition here. Because we're going to swap soon because we want to give a lot of players a little bit of airtime. But
I think this is going to be, you got to get the Victor with the items. Yes. Titan's Resolve, Shroud has got to be the play here.
You would think so. There's a Shroud. And maybe,
there it is.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say.
Zerat Portal, sorry.
Yeah, and that can work too. Anything to give your front line a little bit more staying power. But you can see right there, the mech got Zephyr'd. So the ultimate thing you need for the mech is a QSS to make sure this does not happen.
Yep, that's a rough outcome.
Yeah.
And it looks like Joker's got Sniper going, got the Teemo 1 tier away from that blue buff.
Yep.
So
And we are going to swap right over to Joker's POV to watch how his Astro Snipers build is coming together. And I got to say, Mort, it looks pretty good. Aside from not having a Teemo 2, this is looking pretty solid for this point in the game.
yeah, this is an important stage here because he's definitely down in health. He's down, 37 to 53 to 61 to get that top 4.
Yeah.
But this is 4-3, that stage where everyone likes to pivot. He's in that point where as long as that tier doesn't get taken from him on the carousel, or he doesn't, get a bad carousel, then he can take this off really well. The 2 Nars in the shop has got to be real tempting here.
Oh, yeah, totally. Because he's kind of running a little bit of a protector front line along with those Vanguards.
Yep.
And ideally, you want to swap that into brawlers with the Gnar and the Blitzcrank in a lot of cases.
Well, the positive here with this one is it's giving him Celestial.
Yeah,
which will allow him to keep that front line alive a little bit longer. The Ashe with these items. But the 1-star Ashe, 1-star Teemo, he's going to have trouble finishing anything off. So he's really got a hit. And on his roll down, he didn't hit anything. So this could be one of those things where Astro Sniper does need everything kind of 2-starred to turn on. It might struggle here.
Would you agree that Astral Sniper is maybe a little bit of a rough matchup into Mech to begin with? Because the Mech just has so much health. And so Teemo's going to be throwing so many shrooms at one thing while the backline or while the Victor or the infiltrators that come in get to kind of work on a post?
So typically I'd say no, actually. But this version will struggle hard. The reason I say no is Jin is actually very good into the Mech. And so typically what you get is like the Jin will sort of like 2 or 4th shot take that thing down.
True.
And do pretty well. And any infiltrators that jump on the Jin or Teemo just end up getting Teemo shroomed. So you end up being sort of immune to fizz, things like that. But this version without the Jin is going to really struggle.
Yeah, because now you don't really have a good way to deal with the Mech, with the Ashe.
Yeah, so he hits the second Teemo, but like so many pairs here. This has got to be frustrating. Didn't get the tier off the carousel.
That is not the 2-star you're looking for. A 2-star Ashe is going to be an upgrade, but it's not going to be that big of a difference.
Yep. And Ashe without Shojin is, not really as good as anything else. So
yeah.
Oh wow, giving up the protector too.
I don't mind this change because it just adds a little bit more crowd control into the front line. And everything you can do to just delay and allow Teemo to throw more shrooms is a big deal. And KCI is really, really bunched up. It's not going to be enough, though.
No. And there's a decision here that I know a lot of players make in lobbies, which is like they lock that second item. But if you can just make it to 4-7 and maybe get that tier, this is so much of a power difference. But at the same time, at 13 health, that's really a hard decision here. And, you're fighting, like I said, to try to top 4 or nothing. At this point, I think you kind of have to go for it and go for the risky, try to get the item that'll get you that top 4.
I think so. Oh, he finds the Teemo too. That'll be helpful. But
that'll help a bit.
Yeah. We should mention in this tournament too that going 8th means you get -1 points in this round. So it's worse than 0. You actually he would start out with a negative point value after this game if he goes out here. So not how you want to be in the day.
We saw a lot of lobbies actually get decided by like tiebreakers or 1 point, or somebody with 19 points just missing out because somebody else got 20, and if they hadn't gotten that 8th, they would have moved on. So
that makes sense. Just to review the point breakdown again, it's right now in this round, it's 11 for first, 10 for 2 through 4, 0 for 5 through 7, and then -1 for 8th. So it is harsh. Oh, did you see Vayne dodging the Ashe arrow?
Yeah,
that could be big actually.
Yep.
Luca,
I think that Vayne's gonna. Wait.
Well,
wait.
I don't know. One more Teemo. Oh, Teemo down.
Oh,
wow. I'm shocked.
Just barely.
I thought for sure, like after that Ashe arrow missed, I thought for sure the Vayne was just going to clean up the team.
That was so important too, because that's the difference between like 13 and like 4 health at this point.
Yeah.
But see, now we'll see. Like I said, if he gets a tier off this carousel or off these minions, he's going to be kicking himself. So we'll see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm. Doing some scouting. I saw a GP on one of the other boards, and while GP, a lot of people are down on that champion right now. Not the strongest 5 cost in the game at the moment. He still is pretty solid on this galaxy in particular, because he essentially kind of starts with the larger area upgrade because he hits a lot of stuff anyway. Okay, well,
no tier, so
yep,
made the right call.
Yeah, finds the cloak. He also does find the Gnar too, so he's getting some of those star upgrades, I guess.
Yeah,
something.
now it's a tough call about like how to strengthen your army, and it's like, should you really be running a bard here when you're pushing for top 4?
Ideally, no. Yeah,
Yeah,
but he needs it for Mystic, which is the well. I guess he doesn't because well now he finds the Soraka. Okay,
but he
wow.
got rid
So
of the karma.
yeah, he dropped the karma, and I think this seems to be to me like a symptom of really needing to top 4, right? Because keeping the Bard 2 will let him continue to generate meeps, which is really his only shot of hitting 9 right now. So it seems like even though it's an inferior board, it's a risk he's taking to just give himself all the best shots he can to make it to 9. But
Yeah, I can see
looking
that.
rough.
Oh,
Yeah.
2-star Master Yi going to clean up here.
Yeah.
And
Pretty
so
good
Joker's
item.
has 1 more life. Dark Hydra's down to 1 life. Sage is down to 1 life.
Wow. So some pretty big HP differences actually in this lobby.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen more really close lobbies than we have in the past with this patch, but this is definitely not one of those games.
Yeah, there were definitely some real close games throughout this tournament. It kind of just shows you how tight the competition is, because again, we have like 128 of the best challenger players, and so the skill difference is really small. That was an infiltrator gangplank, by the way.
It can work, I suppose.
Yeah.
He gets in there, he attacks quicker, he ults faster. If you
I mean,
can get
ulting that back line, that's
yeah,
strong. Oh, the 2-star infiltrator Aurelia is going to clean up here.
Infiltrator Aurelia is one of the strongest additions you can make to cybernetics.
Ooh,
But
Nar into Timo.
Wow.
That Nar into Timo comp was so good.
Wow.
You love to see it.
No
Oh,
kidding.
Dark Hydra winning too. Oh, Sage.
Sage out in 8th. That is a -1 points in score overall for him.
Oof.
Joker trying to keep, maybe get a little bit of win streak going. He's got to win out though. Okay, Wukong 2.
Wukong 2, I think, is definitely. I mean, I think you got to sell the.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this.
Yeah, put the items on the
there.
Wukong.
Yeah, Nautilus is pretty much just there for the synergies. Wukong is better itemized, but got to get the items on him now.
Well, okay, it's gonna have time to do both. That's really risky. Okay.
Wow, he did it. All right.
Yeah.
Well, not the greatest effort, but having the Vi leave your Teemo alone for a little bit longer isn't bad.
Yeah, the Shroud here was also a little rough because it hit Jinx, who doesn't really need the mana, and Kog'Maw, who barely needs it. So that Kog'Maw did work.
Did indeed, yeah. Great Kog'Maw items. And so it's time to swap. We're going to go over and check out KCI. And okay, so here's our full item carousel on 5-4.
So this is a good choice. He went the Jinx comp that's been doing well, and the Jinx comp is like a really good comp for top 4ing, but a comp that struggles to really seal the game out usually. Yeah. But for this format in this tournament, that is a great comp. Plus, those items he's got on Kog'Maw are really good on this planet, because if anyone's running Mech, that thing is getting shredded.
Yeah. What do you think about the 6 Dark Star comps? We've seen those pop up every once in a while. Obviously, this is probably not going to get there, but what do you think about the overall strength of that?
If you can pull it off and get the right items on your Xerath, it's probably the best comp in the game. But it's like you have to have the QS, the Ginsus, and one more item. And plus, you've got to have like the death cap on Karma, and you've got to have something to stall it out. That once you hit like that 4 stacks of Dark Star, that it can really turn on. So it is one of those like once you get all the Lego pieces, you've got the best castle, but otherwise it can be really tough. And I think that's why a lot of people go the more traditional 4 Dark Star, so that they can build that utility early.
Well, playing against the Ghost is KCI right now. It looks like he's not going to have any trouble staying alive with that, but he's been #1 in the lobby for a while now.
Yeah, it feels like his comp's going to be really strong because he's got the Luden's Asol as well. He's got the Rebel Jinx going. And again, like the thing that can beat him in this lobby that does well is the Mech. And he's got that double Giant Slayer going. So this is just looking like a strong finish.
Yeah, it certainly is. Fanboy in 5th right now, on the verge of elimination. Art Killer, who was like way ahead of everyone else in the lobby with that Cybernetics comp, now down to 18 in 4th. Well, Marcus and Luca still going strong. Luca is a fun player to see in this tournament too, because he's been #1 on the EU West ladder a lot over the last month or so. It's definitely one of the best players out there at the moment.
Yeah, I got to call out that he's got 6 Jinxes, by the way, so we could be in store for a 3-star Jinx with this much gold and this much advantage. So
Yeah,
that'll
sure.
be interesting to see. A couple cybernetic players. We haven't seen a fight with the Infiltrator GP yet, but that's what Marcus is running. So it seems to be doing quite well.
I want to see that because, again, if you can get like a GA on him, and I didn't see the items he had besides the Infiltrator spat, he can pretty much every time. Wow, this is going to be a really close one.
Ooh,
Oh, the Jinx!
I think that's it.
Disastrous.
Echo did work.
Yeah, he really did. And that's the thing. Like with the change to Echo recently, where he's gonna get all of his attacks in no matter what, even if there's less than 8 remaining. That's gonna really demolish your carry later on. So
I didn't even realize. I should have put 2 and 2 together, but he was running the 4 blaster variation, which a lot of people have been sleeping on. But 4 blaster, especially in that like this stage, can wipe out people's backlines really quickly. So that's cool to see. And now he's doing the late game swap to the 2 blaster to get the stronger front line. So cool to see.
Yeah, really good adaptation, I think, because I agree. 4 blaster has been a little bit ignored, especially after there was that buff bringing blasters 4 blaster back up to 6 free attacks.
Yeah,
it's just been doing a lot more damage, especially when you put in items like the red buff and Giant Slayer. Okay,
and he got the he got the Janna, which means he no longer has to worry about Vanguard. I mean, he's just in a really good position here. Oh, the Acel too.
Okay, this could be a first.
Yeah, this is looking good.
Yeah.
The one thing I would be scared of though is there is that Blade Master Yi, and we've seen when you hit that 3-star Blade Master Yi that it can just like dominate the end game sometimes.
Yeah, Fanboy from Japan starting to hit those 3 stars with that Blade Master comp.
Oh, here we go. Here's the gangplank.
That's right. He's getting the backline. It is a GP2.
And here's the cast.
There's y'all. It can hit everybody pretty much, except for the Janna. That mech is so strong.
Oh, that I think.
Can she do it?
Oh
my gosh. Wow. Dude, the Jinx resets the AoE.
Double Giant Slayer right there. Saved that fight.
Yep. I'm a believer. Wow, he's so close to Jinx 3, too.
Yep, 2 more to go. 2 more to go.
Meanwhile, we have 2 players at sub 5 health. Or 5
oh, wow. Yeah,
right
Fanboy and Art Killer fighting for that last spot. That's going to be really close.
Yeah, that's a matter of 10 points or 0 points that you're looking at right there. Just to remind everybody how this is going. So
it's a 3-star Vayne, by the way, also.
Yep. Art Killer, I think, hit that just before this last round. And it's going to go up against it.
Here we go. This could decide the lobby points right here.
Double redemption is interesting as well. That'll keep that Vayne even more healthy. Oh, the Jinx in trouble. Couple more shots. He's on the Jinx with the Vayne.
That's it. That's it.
Yep. That is definitely it. So Art Killer manages to
stay alive. Both won.
Oh, yeah, Fanboy won too. And now Marcus 35 down to sub 10 health as well. So this is going to end up being like a really, really tight top 4.
Yeah, this is real close.
Wow. Oh, that was a strong Aurelia too. I just saw for a moment. There was the GA.
Woof.
Okay. All right. Finding some of the brawler upgrades is always a good thing.
Yeah. Now the nice thing is he's got enough health here that he can just hold on to the gold before rolling down for that like 3-star the 3-star Jinx or anything like that. So he's in a good position. It's more like watching everybody else because he's definitely got his top 4 spot locked here.
Yeah, going up against Luca right now, who was also running a bit of cybernetic stuff. Not the strongest Thresh bench, really, for him.
That front line got wrecked, though.
Yeah, no kidding. Can this Aurelia off? No.
Jinx and Acel doing work. I think that's it for Luki.
Seems that way. He is.
He's in.
What? But
Art Killer
and Art Killer are both out, though. Poor Art Killer.
Oh, so close.
3 HP. He's got the lower negative HP, so he's going to exit out in 5th. Yeah. That's a bummer.
And as we mentioned, Fanboy with that Yi is still going strong. In fact, win streaking with that Yi.
Yep, we have seen it a lot lately where you can be down to like 1 HP, and as soon as that Master Yi 3 pops up, suddenly you're win streaking up to a 1st. So
yep,
we'll see what happens. We'll keep track of that. KCI, though, still with that strong Blasters composition, but I feel like I've seen comps like this just melt against the Master Yi, but he does have the Janna too. No items on it, though.
Yeah, I actually don't think the Janna is going to help him a lot in this matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe one good CC, But the thing is, he is going brawlers, which, while traditionally are sort of like the weaker of the three front lines, is actually the best against specifically the Yi, because you have that high base health. And so you're just like trying to, because it's all true damage anyway. So it's your best shot at surviving as long as possible.
Oh no, the Zephyr on the Jinx with all the items.
Woo!
That's a disaster right off the bat going up against this Blade Master comp. It's only the Ghost, but can he win it?
I think he wins this.
Wow.
Nice.
Interesting. All right.
Goes to show how strong this. Oh, look at this go. Look at this go. Oh. Still, Luke has to be really happy with that. You know, third or second, not a big difference there. He made the top four, got what he needed.
Same with Marcus out in fourth as well. Just down to those top two. It is the only representative from Japan, Fanboy, going up against KCI.
Yeah, and this matters for that 1 point, which can matter later, right? This buys you an eighth or can break a tie later. So getting this first does matter pretty heavily. The 3-star Shen just came out, though. Ooh, that 3-star Shen gets that extra dodge second, which can matter a lot here.
Well, it's also the fact that he's got this like really strong Aurelia 2-star. Besides all the 3 stars he's got.
Yeah.
The Aurelian Soul is gonna really need to carry, I think, here.
Yeah.
It's getting low, though.
I don't think it's happening here. I think he's got that. Yep.
I think he does. I think it's going to be another 2 rounds, and then we're going to crown Fanboy the champion, unless KCI can find something very special here. And Jeweled Gauntlet, probably.
Shroud for Fanboy.
Wow. The rich get richer.
Oof.
What can you say? Yeah, that's a nice pickup.
The nice thing is, KCI's comp isn't like that detrimental. Like, to get shrouded here, you're not losing anything other than the Echo and maybe the Gnar. So, it's not going to hurt the Aesol that much. It's not going to hurt the Jinxes. So if he can dodge the shroud, that can help.
Well, like you were saying, the big threat is like the Gnar, not being able to transform into Mega Gnar and keep that front line going. But he's going to search.
Oh, now. There it is.
Finds a Jinx 3. There it is. Yeah.
Now, the unfortunate truth, though, is that Jinx 3 is the kind of champion that, like, it's not really that great, but in this case it might be really good because he can kill off some of the weaker Blade Masters, and once he does that, then Jinx will start to one-shot like the Yi. So
that's the hope.
It's really going to come down to Zephyr.
Oh man, yeah, he's trying to dodge the Zephyr more than anything right now. Zephyr is going to hit the Vi, it looks like. No, hits with the Gnar 2 instead. I'm always bad at gauging Zephyrs.
So focus on the Jinx here and see if he gets the reset. Yep. So far has not.
Jinx
there goes, got the reset.
Yeah, the Yasuo died, and he did it. No, he didn't do it.
Oh,
he did do it. Whoa.
Super close.
Yeah. That, we'll call that the tiebreaker point, right? Because it's 11 for first, it's 10 for second.
Yeah.
That was amazing because I think that's the first time in a tournament in a while I've seen the 3-star Master Yi not win in the end like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, we've seen 3-star Yi kind of have varying results. Certainly, definitely like top 5 or higher pretty consistently. But yeah, when you're playing on the ladder and like trying to figure out ways to beat that, it feels really tough. And so to see that Jinx come through and just barely eke it out was really cool to see there.
Yeah, and props to KCI for, playing that really well throughout the rest of it, not getting disheartened, not getting sort of panicky and making like weird decisions to try to be a little bit, too clever for his own good. He just knew his win condition was a Jinx 3 and played towards that and it worked out.
Nice. Yep.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the scores here. After one lobby, of course, we have Poor Sage down at -1 down at the bottom. But the top 4, KCI with 11 points, Luca, Fanboy, and Marcus 35, all receiving 10 from their second through third positions. But Dark Hydra, Art Killer, and Joker still needing to pick it up a bit in game number 2.
Yeah, the nice thing with today's format is you have 5 games to come back, but the hard thing here is that it's only top 2 advancing. So,
yeah, extra harsh. Let's take a look at the results from Lobby B. Remember, there are 4 lobbies going simultaneously right now. Ging with 11 points for a first, Zugrug, Fluffy, and Win Trade account, all 10 points for second through fourth. Kune just on the outside of that top 4, 0 points for him. And Saint Vicious, we mentioned earlier, not sure if he's in there or not, but he is going to take an 8th either way. And Itchy, of course, a chance to prove something for OCE, but nothing so far. Lobby C. Hero, okay. Takes the number 1 in the first game with that. Goat, who I think you mentioned was from Turkey. I was trying to remember if that was correct.
Brazil.
Okay. From Brazil. Sunny Lu, Glider, all finishing the top 4. Kurum and Crowin, though, finishing outside of the top 4. So a very stacked lobby. And oh no, Aegon, like, we know Aegon plays that risky style, and it came back to bite him this time. He is -1 points in 8.
This one's funny because we mentioned this lobby had 5 NA players, and I see 4 NA players in the bottom 4 here.
I don't see that. I don't know what you're talking about. Region.
So hopefully NA can pick it up in this particular lobby.
Yeah, lobby D. Let's take a look at that. All right, Yuso, Jogo, TFT, Balotelli, Cottontail, and Green being all in the top 4 there.
Yeah, Cottontail's got to be happy with that performance. I can't imagine Tien with that 5th has got to be frustrated. Grand Vice with that 7th. But again, we saw Grand Vice do this in the the semis, the 64s, where it was like a lot of 1sts and 7ths. So hopefully Grand Vice can turn that around also. But yeah, cool to see.
The thing is like, you're going to be, I suppose, in general, playing a more high-risk style in a point-scoring system like this as well, because you really just need to top 4. Like, we mentioned earlier, in some tournaments, you can get away with like a 5th and a 6th for a couple games, then you come back in top 4 a couple other ones, and it's enough points overall, because you still get a little bit outside the top 4, but not so in Mortdog Madness. That's not how it works here. It's top 4 or bust.
Yeah, you definitely got to be playing for that top 4. But the big thing is the difference compared to ladder is like a lot of the times people are playing for that 1st or 8th comps. First or 8th comps are pretty bad here. You want something that's a little more consistent, which is why I think we're seeing a lot more like Mech, Blaster, and Battlecast than we probably would even on ladder. Because again, you really want that top 4 more than anything. And again, even a 4th is just like, cool, I'll take my 10 points. I'm happy with what I did here. So
yeah, functionally no difference between 2nd and 4th. So you're happy with that. We take those, as they say.
Exactly.
So waiting for the second lobby to get started, and then we'll move into that. I believe we're seeing a game from lobby B for our second game of the day. Yeah.
Nice. So this will be cool. This one's got Fluffy, Solless, Kune. So yeah, it should be cool to see, as well as Zugrug, our Turkey player Ging, our OCE player Itchy. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see the different play styles here.
Yep, and Ging did win game number 1 in Group B, so off to a very strong start. And it'll be neat to see what the region breakdown is going to be as we go into tomorrow after we get done through the 5 games today.
Yeah, it's been fun if you look at like the percentages of how much you made it, because clearly we had like more NA signups than any other region. But at the same time, like that distribution has changed as we've seen. So
yeah. So on board with Kune as we get started in a normal galaxy. Gasp! Normal galaxies exist. They're out there.
They're the most common, 20%.
Yeah, it's just it's kind of a novelty now. It almost feels like a galaxy in itself, right? Where it's like, oh, I suddenly like don't have to turn on those like extra little parts of my brain to know how to handle treasure trove and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I think we've got a really good collection of galaxies like in the game right now for this patch.
I have to give a shout out, by the way, to the TFT community. I like all the players talking to each other. You can see here on the screen just a little bit of humorous trash talk in a good way to each other. So I love that the communities become sort of like really tight knit and talk to each other and egg each other on. So, early Cassiopeia.
That's one of those 3 costs that you don't sell immediately. You're like, I might be able to use this. If I find a tier or 2, she's going in. Even if you don't sometimes, it's still pretty solid.
Yeah, Cass is the kind of champion, if you can get that blue buff, congrats on your top 4. You've probably got your top 4. But in this situation, it might just be a giant 3 gold bait. You might not be able to get, that going. Or with the bow here, maybe you consider going the Kog'Maw early 4 Battlecast, and that can get you going really well, because Battlecast is real strong in the early game. Yeah,
very true. One of my favorite things to do with an early Cassiopeia is like cross my fingers and hope that I find an early Bard as well, because then you get the 2 Mystic going, and if you put that behind a strong front line, then it's one of those rare situations where sometimes you can play Bard and win at the same time, which is
if you get the Bard and the cast that early, you're high rolling. Congrats on your good finish there.
I like to high roll.
So Kune's got some good stuff here, but struggling to find a real front line.
Yeah, just really nothing yet. I mean, he's got the Malphite and the Jarvan, but you need some sort of synergy early. maybe he can get Rebels online because he's got the Zed, and then that gives his Malphite like a little bit more survivability with the shield. But it's a little bit rough at the moment, but he's got a little bit more time. One more round to find something.
Yeah, and TF isn't really the best unit to get a start with unless you're trying to turn on an early 2 chrono.
Yeah.
These items are not going to turn that on. Oh, RFC, Titans. So choices are a little limited here.
Not really anything slammable, I would say, out of these 3 items.
Oh, and he sold the Cassiopeia. Oof.
Yeah. Needed the gold, needed to just play wider and give himself more options. So he can go for Rebels, but that would involve him taking out the TF 2-star at the moment, which is kind of his only strong unit. So
yeah, I mean, with the armor at the very least, he could consider going down, trying to get the belt for a red buff, perhaps. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do with these items.
Oh, RFC on TF. Wow. I guess he's going up against the player that would normally be Saint Vicious, but Saint Vicious did not emerge today. So we've got one of our admins in there, Risa, just kind of filling a spot, and then FFing at Krugs to basically simulate Saint forfeiting his spot in this group, which is unfortunate to see because he's one of my favorite players to watch. So hopefully everything's going okay there, and we see him back soon.
Yeah, yeah. The RFC, though, that's interesting with the Rebel. I mean, I guess if you go the early Rebel, you could start maybe even turning this into the Blade Master Yi comp. I mean, because he's got the Rebel protection. In fact, look at that. Well. Look at that.
All right, then. Kune typing the Blade chose me and finding an early Master Yi like that, finding the Yasuo and the Fiora, like, yeah, this is the game. This is like the hard coding in the League client telling you that it's time to play Blade Masters.
Is that reverse caster curse when I call it out and then they just hit it?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like you're too new to casting to have been fully polluted by the caster curse, right?
Yeah.
You can still cast or bless someone. So this is the opposite of the caster curse is the developer bless.
Yeah, there you go.
Say that, yeah. You can bestow blessings upon the players in the game that you're casting.
Yeah, so he should be in a really strong spot right now. He's already got 3 Rebel, 3 Blade Master online. He's already got the RFC. Right. Like this should be like he can pull this so far so fast. This might be a top 4 almost in the sense, as long as he can play this well and not make any major mistakes here.
This is just blowing my mind. This is one of the strongest starts I've seen in the game in a long time.
The thing that might hurt him is if he doesn't manage to 2-star, right? Like if the shop decides to not give him any of these units and he locks into this comp. We've seen it before in tournaments where someone says, hey, I'm going to go this 3 cost, and then maybe doesn't hit it after spending like 80 gold.
Yeah. When the dream becomes a nightmare, when the developer bless is overcome by the caster curse.
Yeah, when you could say they get clowned on, referring to, so.
I like the fact that he's got the Fiora off to the side a little bit too, because anything you can do to just give that Master Yi a little bit more space. And so by separating that, it will draw away an infiltrator or 2 if it gets in there.
Yeah, an early Nocturne might be like the biggest thing that could kill that Yi, so buying you that time.
Yeah, and it's those little things that that separate, the good players from the great players. And Kune, with all of his mech experience as well, is like keenly aware of how to position infiltrators and how to position against them. So he's kind of uniquely skilled to handle that.
Yep. So yeah, again, here we're in the spot where Kune has a strong start, but again, nothing is 2-starred. He doesn't have a second Malphite even, doesn't have a second Fiora, doesn't have a second really anything other than the Zed. But if he puts the Zed in, he's losing the Blade Master. So,
I wonder if there's a world where you
you're not getting it. You're not getting it, Kune.
No, there's no chance. He needs another bow anyway, but being able to make that the Rage Blade on the Master Yi like that when you combine it, if you can get that and get another bow, like somebody's got to deny him. Like they've seen his start.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I mean they know. They know.
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, he gets it.
He got it.
Wow, that's the third bow. You need 3 bows for this Master Yi, for the Blade Masters, right? Because you need the RFC and you need the Rage Blade in most cases.
Mostly they've actually been moving away from the Rage Blade and going into the Hurricane.
Oh, okay, sure.
We've been
Yeah.
seeing a lot of RFC Hurricane and then like Death Cap or even a second Hurricane if you can get lucky enough and get 4 bows.
Mhm.
Because it allows you to sort of spread out and hit multiple targets pretty quickly. The true damage does go through with the Hurricane.
Yeah,
So,
I think if you would have gotten that Yi, like, you wouldn't have been sad with the Rage Blade on there, but
oh, for
I do
sure,
like
for
the
sure.
Hurricanes more now. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so he gets the Zed in. A little
Yep.
bit more Rebel buffing.
Yep. Yeah, I just for Kune's sake here, we're just really hoping he can hit his 2 stars because that's basically the only thing that could be his detriment here.
Right. And I suppose you're not like really expecting to hit the Master Yi 2 anytime soon because you've still just got that 20% chance to hit 3 stars or 3 costs at the moment. But he's
Yeah,
hoping to at least find the Yasuo anyway.
yeah, the Malphite and the Yasuo is what you're really looking for, as well as honestly the Xayah.
Yeah.
Because Xayah is going to be some extra backline damage here. So at least get some Malphite here.
Yeah. This may, I don't know, it feels so awkward, but I wonder if this is even going to be one of those situations where he's going to be forced to roll down a little bit more than you'd want to.
I don't think so. I think he's the kind of player that's going to like keep pushing to try to get that, the Yi online as soon as possible. Because that 2-star
Right.
Yi, even with a bunch of 1-star in the rest of your team, that 2-star Yi can do a lot of damage. You could probably get away with like 2-star Malphite, 2-star Yi, and 1-star everything else, and maybe be okay for a long time.
Okay, going up against Khan now at the moment.
Taking a minute to scout here.
Yeah. Sometimes, the thing is like you don't need to watch every single fight on your board. Sometimes it's good to see, how someone else's board is performing too. It's gonna be a
Yeah,
close one.
it always reminds me of Faker in the way he like jumps from screen to screen and moment to moment at all the time. So
Yeah. A lot of the top players will be doing a lot of really aggressive scouting. It's just amazing that a player like Faker could do that and then keep his like individual mechanics at such a high level.
yep.
Although he did just get benched, I guess. So
Yeah.
it's kind of sad. Breaks my heart. My SKT fan heart is bleeding right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna check out Zugrug at the moment, who's just putting together a bit of a cybernetics board at the moment. Pretty good items on the Lucian that can get moved over to the Vayne later, probably.
Yeah, these are real good Vayne items. If he can get that Giant Slayer going, that's like basically what seems to be the perfect Vayne items right now. So
How about 2 gold instead?
well, I mean, it gets him 1 away from an interest
Oh.
break point here.
True.
And
Okay,
yeah,
so
he's a sword away from Giant Slayer, so
that's big. So could be a strong cybernetics board developing for Zugrug right now.
the crazy thing here is you look at these items and you see that Jin in the shop, and yes, you're in cybernetic, but that Jin that early, is that the right call to pass that up? That's a tough call.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult to make that decision. I always struggle with that too. And then, you do that and then you see the Teemo in the very next shop like this, and you're like, oh, well, then you console yourself by the fact that the only Teemo item you have is a rod. And you're like, well, see, it was a good decision, right?
Yeah, that early Jin with those items would have done a lot of work. So
True.
we'll see if it doesn't backfire in the long run. But that's one of those decisions where I'm just like, I'm not sure that was the right call.
Well, thankfully, he's got this Last Whisper against all the Vanguards from Kanao, who's putting his board together yet. He's got the tier on the bench. Looks like he might be thinking Mech, but he's a long way away.
Yeah. The nice thing I will say about Zugrug's board here is that he's got the 2-star Lucian, which means the base AD is quite high, which allows those blaster shots with the IE to do a lot of damage to the enemy team. So
you just got to run away from the Poppy. Poppy has a Bramble Vest, but just enough damage.
Nice.
All right.
And there you go. All right. It all paid off. He got his Vayne. Good to go.
Yeah. And you probably wait a little bit to put it in.
Yeah, without the Caitlyn, he can't really run the 2 chrono sniper build. So I think he's got the Caitlyn. I'm blind.
Would you still swap into the Vayne 1 though?
I don't think so. Here.
I agree. I think that's one of the temptations that I think a lot of newer players fall into as well, is that they get the synergies and the champions that they're looking for, and then like, oh my gosh, there it is, I can put it in, and then like, wait a second, I've just made my board a lot worse. And
in
putting
fact,
Vayne right now would do that.
Yeah, in fact, actually, I'm betting he's probably going to hold it until he gets another Lucian, so that he can stay at the 6 cyber. Because worst case, he's stuck with these items on Lucian for a while, and that's okay since he's 2-star.
Right.
But as long as he can get to that 6 cybernetic, he's still getting that big advantage. And the itemless vein will be fine.
Well, Lucian also got like quite a bit stronger in the last patch too. So he's a much better item carry, like mid-game transitionary champion than he was in 10.14.
Exactly.
But the game's going to keep tempting him with Jins, though. Never going to stop, apparently.
At this point, he's gone too far. There's no way you go to the Jin now. But
yeah,
God, that level, that 2-6 shop, oof.
Yeah, it's one of those ones you think about if you don't end up top 4ing. But I don't think this is bad. Like it's a strong cybernetics start.
Yeah,
I've been playing a lot of cybernetics lately, and one of the fun things about it, I think, is that you have a bunch of different paths through the mid game, depending on what items and champions you hit early. It's a very flexible comp.
Yep. The Warmog's Jarvan doing work for Itchy. These are the 2 win streaking players, so this will decide sort of who gets to keep the win streak.
Yep, pretty much. Warmog's Jarvan is a pretty strong opponent to go up against, but this Lucian just doing so much damage with the blaster buff. Oh, and the Caitlyn shot gets absorbed. I don't know. It's going to be so close. This Rakan.
I think he's got it.
Run away.
Maybe not. It's going to be
more?
close. Oh, that is like
5 HP Lucian.
Yeah, that's like 20 HP. That's so little.
Man. All right. Well, he made it to the carousel with the win streak intact. So that's good for him. Oh, he's spotting the other board with some other good vein items over there, but just a Lucian 1.
That was close.
Yeah. So last pick for him and for Kune here.
Now remember, if he can get that sword, that's that giant slayer. So
yeah.
And it's looking like he might be able to get it.
Wow. Oh, Itchy. Yeah, let's him have it.
Yep. Man. Look at that. There you go. Perfect. Perfect vein items.
I feel like you don't see swords survive that deep into the carousel terribly often.
Yeah, especially with how much cybernetics have been played.
Right.
But we have seen GA kind of fall a little bit out of favor. So, and there you go.
All right. Great vein items. He just needs to find the vein. Vayne just like not the strongest champion ever at 1 star. She really doesn't start to pop off until 2 stars. So he'll still be relying on the solution for a while. But again, that's fine. He's got Chrono and he's got Blade Master, so he's going to be making the most out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a bit more scouting. Yeah, I saw a player with items on Poppy that really looks like he wants to play Mech.
The trouble with playing Mech is you always got to find that Fizz, that last Fizz.
Fizz is he's like the echo of Mech, basically. Like, if you don't find it, the comp doesn't work. The 2 win streaking players playing against each other now.
Again, yep.
That Master Yi, though, he's got the Runins done.
Oh,
wow. Crits win the day, and Kune loses that loss streak. Zugrug keeps it.
Yep, looks like Zugrug, Kune, and Itchy all doing really well here, which means we're going to have to keep an eye on Fluffy, Can, Solless, and Ging to see who gets those top 4.
Right. So let's go and see what Solless is up to right now. Playing on his account name is WinTrade account. That is the account he's using today. So if you're curious who that is, it's Solless. Used to be a big Dark Stars expert. That's what he was kind of known for a little bit earlier in the patch, but just consistently one of the best players in NA on the ladder, and has had some good tournament performances in the past as well. So
yeah, this tournament he's been running a lot of the Blade Master comp.
Okay.
So I think this for him is sort of a bit of a departure since he saw somebody else hit that early Blade Master, kind of going, well, I've got to adapt to something else. Now, the nice thing is he does have those great Teemo items, but it looks like that, yeah.
Oh, so
that
close.
Lucian carrying so well.
Yep. That the era of carry Lucian is certainly here again. And he's going to keep doing that until the Vayne 2 pops up.
Yep.
Doing some scouting around here.
Yeah, Solless has a good board. If he could find one more Bard, that would have helped a bit. Finds that Sniper. Oh, is he going to try to go the 4 Sniper variant?
I like this. I like the 4 Sniper variant quite a bit, actually, because if you can get, especially like 1 or 2 of them to be 2 stars, you start to put out like such a huge amount of damage that you burn through a lot of boards before they can really kind of almost get rolling,
Yeah. I think obviously the thing that Solless is struggling with here is, as I look, his entire board is 1 star. So it's just, he is desperate to hit some of these pairs.
And I feel like this is a problem you end up running into a lot when you play Astral Snipers, because some of the things you're relying on are 3 cost, 4 cost. And so it's going to take longer for you to find those crucial 2 stars in a lot of situations.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's going to have to make a really tough choice here of like, do I level to 8 or do I spend some gold and reroll? because I've got to get my board and health stabilized. If he loses too much more health, he's going to drop down. And so sure enough, we're seeing a sort of a desperation roll of like, I need some pairs, and he's struggling to hit anything here.
Well, he finds the 4th sniper, but yeah, he needs pairs other than Bard specifically.
Yep.
The Bard 2 is nice, but like meeps aren't going to give you back your HP.
Yep.
At least not yet. Is there?
No, he accidentally put the tier on the Nautilus. That is unfortunate.
Oh no.
Oh, that Victor ult right across the back line.
And that's one of the drawbacks of playing 4 snipers is that Victor gets just like the perfect ult scenario every single time. It was still a really close round in the end, though, actually.
Yeah. 4 snipers do a lot of damage. If he'd had just like the Jace 2 or something, that might have gone the other way.
And unfortunately, because he had to sell that Nautilus to get the tier back off it, he's farther away from, another 2-star for his tank. So that is a bummer.
Yeah, that misplay could cost.
Yeah. And you can't really roll down much more. You got to go to 8. He is able to get into Mystic and able to get the Karma onto the Teemo. And that's where you're going to find a lot of your strength right now. But, at some point, he's going to have to count on level 8, sustaining him long enough to get him to the point where he can start rolling down.
Yeah, and this is where I'm not sure, the decision is really tough, but it's like, do you actually level to 8 here for the Mystic? Does giving a bunch of 1-star Mystics 20 magic resist really the best use of your economy?
It's a very good point.
Or do you try to roll and get those health upgrades? Because, again, he just needs frontline. He needs frontline really bad here.
Yeah, I think part of it, too, is that... getting to level 8 is going to help him find more of those 4 costs, which is really important if he wants to add on the Gnar and stuff. Another Bard. The game's trolling him at this point. It says, you're trying to play Astro Snipers?
There we go.
Bard 3. All right. Yeah. Now suddenly you're feeling a bit more comfortable with the Jace 2.
Yep.
Yeah. Certainly a bit more comforting. Or at least you have a front line that's going to live longer than 0.5 seconds,
Yep. Yeah, so now he just needs to actually get like the 2-star Teemo. Probably looking to finish that off with either a Hodge or a Ludens, I suppose, with that tier rec there. But
yeah, I don't mind Ludens on Teemo at all. It's not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Fight's going to be close, but I think Vayne's going to clean it up.
Probably.
Oh, the shrooms!
Oh, one more shot from Jin. Oh, he didn't quite get it.
On the one hand, that's actually good for Solless because he's lost streak at 5 right now, and losing by 1 unit is a really good spot to be in. Gets first carousel pick.
What's he going to choose, though?
I think it's the Rod.
Yeah, it makes the most sense to complete that Ludens that we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
The
only other alternative would have been grab the tier to make a second blue buff to have it pop off the Teemo, that you could move it. But at that point, who are you putting it on? Bard and or Karma?
Yeah. Maybe Bard for the interim until you find a Lulu, and then you move over to the Karma, or maybe just put it back on the Lulu.
Yeah.
Looking at the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, by the way, Zugrug still win streaking, Kune back to win streaking. So top of this lobby is very top heavy right now.
Yeah. Well, we've got 1 and 2 like 30 points higher than third right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so he does finish the Ludens on the Teemo.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
He really needs the 2-star Teemo. The 4 sniper variant is a lot of damage. So hopefully that damage can carry him through some of these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's a good direction to go if you're lacking 2 stars specifically, because then you're kind of making up for the fact that the champions that would normally doing more damage, like a 2-star Teemo, aren't doing it. So you can augment that later on, or elsewhere rather. Blade Master time.
Yeah, this is a fight that if Jace can survive long enough, because Teemo has to kill the Zed first, but then here we go, we get some damage. There we go.
Hey, that worked. Kune takes his only his second loss in a long time, down to 84 now.
And Zugrug lost, yeah.
Yeah. See, that was a caster curse. Talking about them being so much higher than everyone else, then that's what caused him to lose. That did it.
Yep.
So we're gonna swap views now. And see who we're swapping to. Gonna be Swag God. And he is trying to swag his way into first with a mech comp right now.
It's a pretty late level 8, so clearly he's been struggling to find what he's looking for.
Yeah. Does find the Fizz 2, which is a really crucial upgrade to give that mech a little bit more power to it.
Yeah, Fizz 2 before Rumble 2 is always a little frustrating as a player.
I've talked about this game before on like different casts, but I had a game where I found a Fizz 3 before I found a Rumble 2.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a weird game.
Yeah, he's got the QSS. He's got good items on Victor.
Yeah.
He's 1 away from the Victor 2. So like this is a strong mech comp he's got going.
Yeah, it's a lot of what you want for sure. And you can see that that Master Yi like struggling a little bit, but he's healing so much.
Yeah, that heal's real strong.
Yep, struggling to kill the mech, but once it's down, it's an easy street for Kune to start trying to get that win streak back on track.
Yep. Solless, by the way, back in the top 4 at the moment. So,
oh, all right.
We're starting to see the comps get real tight here because now 5th through 7th, or excuse me, 4th through 7th, they're all within like 10 health of each other. So, getting real close here.
Yeah, and Ging, who won the first game in Lobby B, now on the verge of getting eliminated down in 7th in the second lobby. So that would be a bit of a roller coaster for him.
I always like this round because you get to watch the mech just like cleave through those 3 raptors and just do tons of damage, and it feels real good.
The mech is just fun. Like it's such a neat synergy.
Ooh, he got a Titans or Shroud. He's got a tough choice here.
Oh, I've always loved Titans Resolve, but that said, in this meta, I think I would go Shroud every time.
The problem is if he goes Shroud, he ends up with a Hurricane.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really need the Hurricane, whereas he could go QSS on the Victor here, giving him sort of 2 items. So like I agree the Shroud is probably better, but getting the 2 items is just a little bit better, and I think that's where he's going.
I think it's hard to disagree with that. I say just load Soraka up with AD items.
I mean, that's always a viable plan.
Yep. Now that Lux is out of the game, if I play Star Guardian, she's my like 80 item holder.
I do always like the Deathblade Jannas. Those are fun.
Yep. Deathblade Runins, Janna. Yeah.
Oof.
Who needs Zaya anyway?
Yeah, so these Titan mech ults are going to hurt hard. Boom.
Yes, they are. Wow. Easy win over Fluffy there. A lot of HP damage done to Fluffy. He's down in 7 now.
Yeah,
And
Fluffy looks like he's struggling.
Yeah. At the same time, Ging, who was struggling, is now on a win streak, trying to pop out of 7th. There's a Rumble 2 finally for Swag God.
Yep. Oof.
All right. Last Whisper on the Shaco. Okay.
Fluffy hits his Victor 2 at least. So we'll see if that can bring him back a bit.
Yeah. Now, if you don't mind, give us a little insight onto balancing Shaco, because he seems like a champion. I know this is one of your favorite topics, I'm sure, but this is he's one of those champions that's he's either God tier or like F tier, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of pieces that he needs to go to get going, right? He's got Dark Star trait built in, he's got Infiltrator, and he's got the aggro reset, which gives him a lot of power. Mm-hmm. Because of that, he's basically the best utilizer of the Dark Star trait. And so once he gets going, it can be really frustrating. The problem is he also has such a stark counter, right? A single CC can just defeat him, make him drop over. And we have a lot of CC in the game. And so what this leads to is players sort of feeling like, man, if I don't have that, he's insane and he's powerful. And if I do, he's underpowered. Mm-hmm. And so statistically, average, like, he's fine. He's right where he should be. But it's because, again, that those highs and lows, right? When he's perfect, he's tough to deal with. And when he's not perfect, he's kind of bad.
Right. That's all. I've always been curious about that, because it's got to be a struggle, because it's so easy to push him over the edge to be too good, but also so easy to push him over the edge to be too, bad. Yeah,
I mean, we saw pre 10-13, he was basically not a champion anyone touched.
Yeah.
And then 10 mana later and some Dark Star buffs, and now he's everywhere.
Oh my gosh, that Victor ult.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's only a Victor 1, but it is crushing Solless. And we saw that before with that 4 sniper. 4 snipers can put out a lot of damage, but it is also known as a Victor's Paradise.
Yep. Fluffy down to 1, Itchy down to 10, Solless down to 11, and Kune sitting comfortably at 85.
Yep. We take those. We take those 85s at 5-4. 5-4
feels pretty good.
full item carousel now, of course, because it is 5/4 swag god opting for the Hand of Justice. That makes sense. Can throw that onto the Shaco, I would imagine.
I think you throw it on the Victor for the 15 mana to get this cast even sooner.
Okay, yeah. It's got a tier in it, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rather just load up the Victor than diversify the carries a little bit more.
Yeah,
But
we'll
we
see
are
what he
gonna
ends up
swap
doing
here.
with it. But
Oh yeah, after we'll wait and see where he puts the item, and then we'll swap. I'm kind of curious. A little bit
I
of
mean,
rolling
he's
down.
rolling for Victor, but Fluffy still has. Yep. So there you
Oh,
go.
okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, because again, that early Victor cast because it's percent health can be real strong.
Makes sense. All right, Ging with the win streak going. He's online with his cybernetics comp. He's actually got a Thresh 2 already. Wow.
Oof,
And starting to build that Thresh board.
And the Janna, which means he no longer has to worry about any like 6 Vanguard builds.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see how it goes against Solless. Solless on the verge of elimination. And
I think Solless is done for here.
I think he may be. Yeah. Yep. Janna getting one ult off. That's more than enough to equip the Vayne, who just walks through a couple Teemo shrooms for fun. She's dancing in the Teemo shrooms. Check it out.
Yeah.
That is a swag move right there.
So Solless with the 7th. That's unfortunate.
Yep. At least it's not negative points. I suppose you take those. Better than -1.
It's true. Fluffy surviving though with the 1 HP, by the way. He's still alive.
Yeah. Still staying in it. And with Keno and Itchy at 28 and 10 respectively, it seems unlikely that he'll be able to win enough to get into the top 4, but you never know. Oh, Janna 2 option.
It'll be interesting here because Kune's got a really strong comp, but I think this is like pretty close to peak cybernetic with those perfect Vayne items, the redemption on the front line, the 2-star Thresh pulling everything in, the Janna. So it'll be interesting to see which comp comes out on top here, because I feel like those are our 2 front runners by a good mile.
It kind of seems that way at this point. The Vayne actually managing to avoid some of those tornadoes, though, and she's avoided a lot. Finally got hit by one there.
But she was caught on that Jarvan forever.
Yeah. That Jarvan was not taking a lot of damage either.
Yeah, that did a lot of work, and that actually cost him 17 health.
Yeah. Suddenly, with Fluffy winning again, actually.
We got, this is tight.
Possibility. Yeah.
I think next round, 2 people are getting knocked out.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Keno could, I suppose. Can he even live, actually, at this point? Maybe narrowly.
I don't think so. 13 is pretty... At 6-1, that's pretty tough.
Unlikely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a static Shiv.
Yeah, I think this goes on Thresh, just to get that first cast.
Yeah. I would agree. Get that cast. It's a little bit more damage being spread around the enemy team, but mostly you want it for the tier at this point and the attack speed to get him pulling in people a little bit faster. Aurelion Soul, definitely something you want to pull in.
Because Thresh is 0.85 base attack speed, I believe, and so even that is like a pretty decent ratio for a Shiv.
Yeah.
And again, the tier just means he's pulling in something sooner, which in this case is a 2-star Wukong probably. So, nope, goes with the Echo. Okay. I mean, same logic though.
Yeah, I guess finding the Echo does kind of change things a little bit. Deciding on where he wants to put the Negatron cloak. One of the tricky things right now is that he doesn't have an Aurelia 2 yet, so he is missing a little bit of strength. I like the Dragon's Claw and the Leona, just to try to get your front line to live a little bit longer.
Yeah, see, here we go. This is, like I said, this is probably 2 people getting knocked out here, so...
Yeah. Well, one of these 2 is going to knock out the other, it would seem. Almost certainly.
Itchy... the Victor damage.
Oh, he's out.
Oh.
Yep. Ging out as well. Ging and Itchy both dropping in 5th.
Oh, and Fluffy lived!
Fluffy did live. We're going to go check out his view right now, but he's been 1 HP for like 3 rounds at this point.
Amazing.
Yeah, and all right, you can see why. That's strong.
Yeah, this is such an interesting comp because it's 4 Vanguard, 2 Mystic, which is not super great, but he's got great Victor items with the Trap Claw, and he's got that Aurelion Soul that's going to do a lot of work.
I really like this actually because the sort of the backbone of Vanguard Mystic can be used to keep a lot of different carries safe. It doesn't always need to be Cassiopeia, and where he, found this Victor 2, found the Aurelion Soul 2, that's going to be so strong, as you can see.
Yeah, his APM, by the way, there at the very end, where he was just like moving everything and scouting, was so good, which just shows how skilled he really is.
I think he played during the Dark Iron Dwarf meta of Hearthstone, so he's used to clicking really fast, but it's not enough, unfortunately. So he is going to be out in 4th. But hey,
He's got to be
In
happy
general-
about that. He's got to be
Oh,
real happy about that. Going from that 1 HP 7th, where we were worried he was first out, to top 4ing, that's massive.
Absolutely. I would be pretty psyched if I was him to come away with anything in that, and especially with the way this tournament format is, 10 points for make it into 4th. That's great.
Yeah.
But it's our top 2 now.
Now, I don't know. Who do you think's going to win this lobby?
I think it's hard to predict. Really tough to predict.
My money's on Solless.
That's a bold statement. Right there. I mean, Kune's just so strong. Like, check it out. Like 85 HP, win streaking forever. Doesn't matter that he nearly lost his Master Yi there. He's going to be able to like slice and dice his way back to 4th. Oh, he gets eaten though. No, it's not going to be enough, is it?
No. He's
take
out.
The wheel.
He's out. Yasuo carried.
Yep. It was a close call. Wow. And remember, we saw Kune's board way back early on. He had like a Blade Master Rebel almost instantly with the RFZ on Yi. Yep. And right there, you were like, oh, he's top 4ing. And,
top 1.
Yep. So this is the last moments of Lobby C, and it's going to be Crowin against Sunny Lu for our top 2. Hero and Aegon actually ending up in 3rd and 4th. Big for Aegon to manage to get some 10 points after going out in 8th in his first game.
Yeah, now Crowin played a lot of Blade Master yesterday, and as we're kind of seeing today already, we're seeing a lot of Blade Master kind of rise up in the meta. So here's another lobby where, we got a Force of Nature there.
Huh. Well, that's big,
Huge.
being able to add Ash in there for the Celestial buff. Because especially with Urgot, he benefits so much from Celestial.
Yeah, so the crazy thing here is he's got really good items on that Xerath. 2-star Xerath, 2-star Janna. Everything's great. No QSS, though. So it's really going to come down to, does this Xerath get CC'd or not? If not, he can win these fights, because that's a lot of damage.
So Crowin doesn't really have many CC options there. Aurelia on the other side getting Zephyr, but look at the Zed
right on
the
Zed. Yeah,
Zed tearing apart the Janna Xerath combo, and this is not looking very close. Well, return to the blender. That's the moral of this patch so far. It seems like.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, like I said, seeing a lot of Yis in our top. So
yeah,
it'll become a question of if it becomes contested, and if it does, will people adapt to that? Or so
trying to do everything he can to protect his Xerath here. I like backlining the Nico, keeping it near the carries. You can ideally stun the Zed before he kills the Xerath. He's going to swap it, though.
Yeah, he's trying to avoid that Shroud on the Janna and Xerath.
Right.
And he does not. So.
Well, hits the Urgot as well. So that's going to slow things down a bit more for the Blade Master to get back there.
Good Lulu ult. Okay, here comes Xerath. Let's see what he can do.
Yep, Xerath online, starting to attack here. Urgot getting ready to get his first cast. The Janna cast happens. And, oh man, he did it. Positioning is key.
Yeah, so this is kind of what Xerath has become. Xerath is a champion that's really hard to get going, because, they got that mana nerf. Janna also got that mana nerf. But once he gets going, team go boom.
Yeah, you're insta-gibbed at that point. Jeweled Gauntlet. I guess.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it's funny. This either goes on Karma or Soraka.
Yeah.
Or I suppose Janna, but
you could put on Janna. I mean, having the Tornadoes crit, I guess, is good, but
well, they can't crit, but you're basically going, where do I want 20 AP?
Sure. And that's why I think it's better to lean towards what you're saying in the first place, which would be to put on the Karma or on the Soraka just to improve their abilities a little bit more.
Yeah, because like the Soraka healing being like, 20% bigger is a lot of extra health that could make or break a fight. Oh, hits the Echo. That's big.
So he's going to throw the Zoe in there instead of the Karma for the Star Guardian and the Sorcerer buff, because again, like just anything you can do to make Xerath do more damage, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, the Sorcerer buff also means Soraka is healing for more. It means, Janna's giving more attack speed. So all of these are good. Got shrouded, though.
Yep. Okay, Urgot eats one right away. And, Urgot dies before a second.
Here we go.
out. Xerath firing.
Oh, that's it.
no.
That's it.
Yep. Crowin wins it with the Blade Masters in lobby number C. So we got to catch a little bit of one of the other lobbies before the end of this particular round. Again, just to remind people, there are 4 different lobbies going at the moment. So if the one that we're watching for one game finishes first, we'll do what we just did. We'll jump over to another lobby that's not quite done with. So props to Crowin for getting that win. And now it's time to check our scores from the 4 different lobbies. Going back to lobby A, that is a lot of 10s on there.
That's everyone doing well. Joker struggling a bit, KCI doing well, and a lot of ties.
Yep, KCI on top, Joker on the bottom, and everyone else. Yeah,
I think interesting here, Sage is clearly playing a first or eighth style.
Yep, quite true. -1 and 11, which equals 10. So you kind of, unfortunately for him, offset that like tiebreaker point of getting the number 1. But we'll see what he can do in round number 3.
Yeah, in the event we end up with a bunch of 10s, that will, like, number of firsts does matter, so that can help.
Yeah. Yep, there are tiebreakers beyond that that'll help figure it out. So the first place is important. Meanwhile, in B, we've got Zugrug and Fluffy on top with 2 games of 10 points apiece. A couple players could overtake them, though. Ging and Kune, by having those number 1s, could be in a position to grab those top spots. And like you mentioned earlier, more like you really need the top 2 today.
Yeah, so Zugrug and Fluffy looking real strong, but again, you've got to keep every top 10. It's going to matter a lot here. So,
yeah. Lobby C, let's check it out. Hero getting the 10 points after getting the number 1 in game number 1. So 21 for him. That's got to feel pretty comfortable. Crowin looking good, though. Like, the thing is having an 11, I think, is going to be a big deal if you can add a few more 10s onto that. Meanwhile, you have a couple players that got in the top 4, but also had to deal with that -1 at some point. Glider and Aegon bouncing back a little bit, and Kurimex and Broccoli kind of stuck in like the nether realms, basically, where it's nothing but zeros so far for them.
Yeah, Kurim's got to be feeling a little rough right now just because he came off such a hot day yesterday.
Yeah,
to see 2 zeros here, it's going to be really hard to hit top 2 in this lobby. So, got to turn it around basically next game, or it's going to be real probably over.
Yeah, going to take some very specific circumstances for him to move through. Meanwhile, the final lobby D, also Jogo TFT with 21 points of first and a top 4. Balotelli at 20, close behind. Cottontail, one of our Cottontail and Grand Vice, 10 points apiece, so they're still in it. Meanwhile, Tien and the Zeniate are the ones that really kind of need to get things going a little bit more if they want to have any chance of making it through.
Yeah, Brazil's got to be feeling real good right now, sitting on top with that 21. I'm sure they're hype about that. Brazil community's always hyped. Cottontail and GV8 doing good there. Zeniator, on the other hand, has got to be feeling a little frustrated coming in as number 1 seed from yesterday with that performance. So hopefully he can turn it around.
Well, those are the times when you remind yourself that it's 5 games. You've still got 3 more to try to put it together again, and that could be 33 points. Who knows? That could happen. Well, guys, 2 games down, 3 more to go today. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more of Mortdog's top 4 madness. Mortdog, I'm going to point over at him. I pointed the right way the first time. It's amazing. It's his top 4 madness, but it's madness for all of us as we enjoy these games. Don't go anywhere. I'll learn to speak English on the break, and we'll be back after that happens. Welcome back to Mortdog's Top 4 Madness, starring Mortdog and DoA. I'm here too. Hi, guys. And we are 2 games down, 3 games to go in our round of 32. There's 4 great lobbies going on right now, and we've kind of been taking a game from each lobby as we go along. So, Mort, we're going to Lobby C next, waiting for that game to get started. But who are you excited to watch in Lobby C specifically?
For me, there's like 3 players in here I'm looking at. Crowin, because he had such a hot day yesterday. Aegon, because he's always interesting to play. And then Crowin, because I feel like this is kind of like his redemption, hopefully. It's always like gets into the finals in any tournament he's in.
Yeah.
And then just struggles. I felt so bad with that Cloud9 performance where he kind of bottomed 8 in the finals. So it's nice to see him here again in the top 32. I'm hoping to see him kind of go the whole way and then go the distance and kind of represent Cloud9 and do well there, so that'll be cool.
Well, he's a player that's got kind of a unique experience compared to a lot of the other players in the tournament right now and in TFT, where he's one of the few players we've got in TFT that was already a pro gamer in a different game. So the nice thing about that is that he's already been through, the ups and downs of, being a champion and then, bombing out of a tournament here and there. So he's just a grinder, like he will just keep working, and we've seen him improve so much over the course of the year that no surprise at all to see after a rough end to the Cloud9 tournament for him to come back and like already be in the top 32 of this tournament. So we'll see what he can do.
The other one I'll call out is GOAT, because again, Brazil seems to be doing really well today. They've got 2 players. I think again their community is always really hype and excited about the game. So it'll be cool to see at least one of them if they can try to make it into the top 8. I think that'll be really hype for Brazil as well.
Yeah, Brazil's definitely like one of the biggest like esports countries out there. Like they've been so passionate about so many different games that I'm hoping that it continues to improve, and I have an excuse to go to Brazil then and check out a country I haven't been before. So fingers crossed that the esports keeps growing the way it's been growing in Brazil, because I'd love to go there. Purely selfish reasons. I just want to see Brazil. But hey, congrats to having an awesome community and very good TFT players apparently today too.
Yeah, and then I'll also call out, I mean, again, I'm kind of just naming everybody here at this point, but Sunny and Broccoli are also players that, will come to me with feedback often and talk about the game in ways they want to see the game improved. So it's always nice to see them do well also, kind of be rewarded for that effort they're putting into the game and the community.
So here's a question we can have you answer then while we're waiting for the game to start. Speaking of feedback, you are a developer. You help make the game. What is the best way people can give you? What's the most effective way people can give you feedback? What helps you the most?
Honestly, just explaining how they feel, but doing it in a constructive way, where it's like, here is why I feel this way, and here's how I'd like to see maybe it be improved. You get enough of that you can kind of get a read on everybody, because everyone's got different preferences. So
right. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd still be able to just play Star Guardian Sork every game, but now I can't anymore. Thanks a lot. But yeah, I do like the new Syndra changes too, where her orbs like overflow. I like that a lot. But enough about my terrible TFT playing. We're gonna watch Crowin, much better at it. We're on binary star right now, so 2 items per champion. This has been an interesting one because right away people were saying, all right, well, cybernetics are gonna love this because you want to spread your items around anyway. Here's more of an excuse to do this. But in your opinion, what other comps do well in binary star specifically?
So blasters actually do pretty well because most of the blasters don't need 3 items. You can run Cog with red buff Hurricane and Battlecast or Blaster. You're probably good to go. You don't really need that 3rd item. Allows you to spread things out a bit better. Blade Master can work. It can be a little rougher, but it can work. Vanguard Mystic is also really good, because not everyone is as strong to burn through your front line. And Cassio really only needs the blue buff and the Morello.
Yeah.
So that can do really well. There's one other Astro Sniper actually does pretty decently also, because you can spread out your items on the Teemo and the Jhin. So they can be pretty good here. But yeah, clearly Cybernetics is sort of like the front runner. It kind of has been. But the one thing I'll say is that like Cybernetics has been doing well this meta with the 3-item Vayne cutting through things, and losing one of those items does make that Vayne quite a bit weaker.
Yeah, you're really kind of pushed, I feel like, in that situation to go for more of a Blade Master angle with cybernetics in a lot of situations where you try to get another item on the Aurelia that you might not otherwise. But speaking of things like Aurelia, like Thieves Gloves becomes a really good item in this galaxy, because it lets you sort of cheat the system in that you get the stats from the Thieves' Gloves, but then you also get those free items as well, I suppose.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why Vanguard Mystic can actually do really well, is because like Jace is such a good user of Thieves' Gloves. He gets the dodge, plus he gets the items, and honestly, if he gets tank items, damage items, AP items, even AD items to a small extent, he can kind of use them all. So it's another one of those comps that performs really well.
Wow, so Crowin getting 2 swords already at the beginning. And speaking of cybernetics, like this is definitely a set of items that you can use to go that direction. We'll see. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's definitely got the IE, for the Vayne here. Gonna struggle a bit early though, because he doesn't have the Lucian, so he can't do the 3 spike early.
Yeah.
The other thing is he only has 1 glove and 2 swords, and usually you want the opposite, right? So you can go the IE Last Whisper. So
okay, makes sense to just throw the items on the Caitlyn. That's going to be your carry for the moment. At least with something like the sword, you can, I guess you can make GA later, but we talked earlier about it. GA's stock has kind of fallen now that Chain Vest gets used so often for something like Shroud, even in cybernetics.
Yeah, and this is an example where like this can struggle a little early, because right now he's a 1-star Caitlyn with good items, but hitting on Vanguard. So but thankfully it is a 1-star Ziggs on the other hand, so looking like he's going to come out ahead here thanks to the Caitlyn snipe. Oh, well, maybe not.
Ooh. I mean, I thought that Mord was going to survive the next Zig ultimate. So I was kind of thinking the same thing you were thinking, where it's like, all right, Mord survives the Ziggs ultimate. That's right when Poppy dies, and then the Kate ultimate finishes off the Ziggs, and that's the end of that round.
But just barely.
Yep, just a little bit. I think I've been saying for a long time that I think Mordekaiser is actually one of the strongest 2-stars in the set, but he tends to get overlooked a little bit. But just whenever that ult activates, he just demolishes people.
Yeah, now I missed exactly whose board it is, but somebody locked an early Shiv.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And I think that's fascinating, because we don't see Shivs built very often. There you go, Broccoli. Oh, it's Thieves' Gloves. I was like, early Shiv, that's crazy.
There's your explanation.
There you go.
Gloves. Yeah. But Thieves' Gloves, talk about great users of that item. Alawi really is one of the better ones too, because she can benefit from a lot of different things that the items bring her, whether it's like AP or tank items, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Broccoli also getting the early Bard there. So with the strong 2-star Alawi with Thieves' Gloves and the Bard, Broccoli's on par to have a really good early game here.
Yeah. Okay, so this is an interesting decision for Crowin to think about, because he's got the chance for the Graves too and the Kog'Maw. So yeah, now you kind of are incentivized to swap over to blasters for now. And you're not committed here, but it does seem like a strong way to go for this point in the game, if he wants to, if he's not, dead set on that loss streak.
Yeah, this one's tough because he's still chasing the Cybers.
Yeah. Okay. So
he's too slow.
Yep. Go IE Ari.
Yeah, so he's really playing the I hope I get the Lucian game.
Yeah,
which could cost him a lot of health. This is really risky in my opinion. We always talk about like this game's all about playing the shop. Mm-hmm. And yeah, he's got the Fiora and Leona, but those blasters, keeping those in with the Infinity Edge probably would have been a better play in the short term. So this is really risky.
I have to think he just wanted to lose streak. Going into the carousel, you're already at 3. Now you're going to be at 4. So why not? Or you're going to stay at 3 anyway. So why not just secure yourself that first choice on the carousel?
Okay, yeah, and he gets his glove. So again, trying to build that IE Last Whisper so that he can get that Vayne going later. It's clearly where he's targeting.
Right. So we'll see how he recovers from this. Meanwhile,
yeah, I'll also say with this format, going a comp that can do well but will crash and burn if you don't hit seems really risky.
Yeah. Which is weird because a lot of times cybernetics is kind of thought of as one of the more consistent, safe, quote unquote, comps to go. But you still need to hit those early 3 cybernetics. If you're struggling hitting that, then yeah, you are going to crash and burn earlier than you normally would. Yep. And Crowin not finding that third cybernetic, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, no, it's possible he just lucks into this the right way, where it's like maybe he finds the Vayne before the Lucian.
Yeah, possibly.
At which point could be okay. But yeah, right now, definitely going to be losing a lot of health here. It's possible he could lost streak all the way to like 3-3 and then pivot hard is another option. But yeah.
And he's got that sort of temporary Blade Master setup, possible. He could put in the Shen Fiora, and again with the Xayah, the Xayah can hold the items, and so you can sort of get a little bit stronger of a board going. But we see him being very hesitant about it, despite losing all that HP and like the danger of doing that in a format like this. Maybe the loss streak into 2-5 into 2-7 rather into the Krugs is the way to go.
Yeah,
I'm still so bad at loss streaking though.
If you have a comp and you have the right items for it, loss streaking can work, right? Because like at that point, once you hit, you'll turn on real hard. But it's just see, there you go. Look at that. There's that developer blessing, I suppose.
Yep, that's right. The developer bless, opposite of the caster curse, coming together for Crowin here. So he gets a sniper and he gets cybernetic, which is really nice. And at 5, he could even throw in the Shen to put Chrono in with this too. And then you're looking at a pretty strong early mid game build.
Yep. And as soon as he gets a bow, he's got that last whisper that he wants. So yeah, right. All of a sudden he went from bad to good. And so the risk paid off here. Yeah. It's just a question of, was that the right call? And certainly hindsight, yeah, it was.
I love it when a plan comes together, or at least, something comes together. There's a Jin on the other side. Jin and Last Whisper for Hero, getting the snipers going early on. And that's going to be tough to deal with.
Yep. We were talking about that last game. If you see a Jin in your shop at 2-5, 2-6, seems pretty good to take it. Now, you have to accept that you'll be probably running 1-star Jin for a while, but 1-star Jin's not the worst.
Yeah, there's a lot of other 1-star units in the game that you'd feel a lot worse about having to rely on.
Yep.
So Crowin does take a hit, which is not great. Able to go up to 5 though here. He's actually going to throw in the Poppy for Vanguard rather than go for Chrono. So just anything he can do now to just keep his snipers a little bit safer, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, he's only at 70, which actually isn't that bad at this point, and he has a perfect loss streak. Yeah. So he is managing good econ here as well. So not a bad position to be in, to be honest. I'd actually be more worried about like Glider, who had some wins and losses, than I actually would Crowin here, because that loss streak gold's got his econ in a good spot.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, like, a lot of times people will say that the sort of litmus test for are you doing okay in a game or not is, are you still 70 plus health at Krugs, at Terror Bursters, as they're called now? And he's right there. So he's right on the edge, but still in the realm of feeling fairly safe.
Yep.
The shops, I gotta say though, the shops have not been super kind to him today.
Nope. And the items, like, again, he was really hoping for a bow there so he could get through these early Vanguard lines.
Yeah.
Because without the Lucian, he's got no magic damage to get through here. So he's relying on all physical. Any Vanguard he runs into, he's going to struggle.
Right. Either way, at least, at this point, all you can do is try to position the best you can and get that economy going as best you can and count on hitting a little bit later, or at least putting yourself in a position where you can roll down.
Yep. And so here's another great example where, like, that's a 2 Vanguard frontline and a Warmog's Jarvan. I don't see him winning this in any way.
Yeah, not with a Vayne 1. It's going to be really difficult. TF with the Morellonomicon is such a little great tech as far as damage early for Aegon goes.
Yeah, Aegon looking real strong. Level 6, 20 gold. Leveled early to keep that win streak going because he's perfect win streaking right now.
Well, everybody kind of knows Aegon for his loss streaking, but we've seen him do this in tournaments in the past. Like he's totally capable of playing a win streaking game and just focusing on keeping his HP as high as he can. Mort 2 is picked up. Yep. And I think we're going to swap over to someone else. Kurum in 3rd right now with Brawler Battlecast. Okay, he's got the red buff on Kog'Maw. So he's really got kind of all the early components you need to make this work.
Yeah, at this point, I think if he can get to 4 Battlecast, he'll be in a real strong spot. Yeah, he just needs to find... kind of struggling to find the 2-star Alawi. He has to sell the Alawi. So it seems like he's struggling a little bit to get this comp going.
Yeah. I mean, his saving grace is that he's got the 2-star Kog'Maw. So
yeah.
That's going to help, carry him through, if not winning, at least, not losing badly, right?
Yeah. Those blaster procs getting the red buff on the Vayne here are going to be pretty key.
Yeah.
Oh, the Leona turning on right there. Ooh.
That's super close. Oh man,
That
that
Leona,
Battlecast? Oh,
no, the Leona spell there was really clutch, blocking a lot of damage there.
I thought maybe he could Battlecast heal his way to win that round, but Crowin needed that. We just got off of Crowin's view, and he was struggling a little bit. Getting a win there is a big deal. Glider, who you mentioned you were worried about earlier, down to 52 HP in 8th now, so the worrying may continue.
Yeah. Now, he did get a Locket here, which is a nice Thieves Gloves roll. Locket Zerat.
Yeah.
I kind of expect that as long as he's not, so say he doesn't face Aegon or Sunny, might be okay and just kind of win that just from that extra power.
I actually really like, this is going to sound weird, but I really like Zerat on Infiltrators because when they drop that minion in the back, a lot of times it'll distract their board from firing at your carries in weird situations. So I actually don't mind that.
Yeah.
It's kind of neat. But that
sure
said,
enough. The Locket was probably the difference there.
Yeah. Certainly seems that way. Kog'Maw still free firing, finally gets hit with that Astro, but it's way too late for Broccoli to get the win in that round.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty one-sided.
Yeah, the scary thing here though is he doesn't have the Alawi, so he can't go the 4 Battlecast route, which means he's probably looking to go the Brawler Jinx route.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't hit that Brawler Jinx, he's going to be struggling pretty hard. He's already locked himself into that red buff line, so
yeah, when you end up building a red buff, you generally assume blasters or cybernetics at that point, and he's obviously going the blasters direction.
Yep.
What can he find? Okay, yeah, just finding the rod. It doesn't look like he has any items to complete right now, other than the Ludens. Probably not going to do that. But
the big thing here, though, is I think wasn't that rod on Victor?
Was it? Oh man, the funny thing is I barely ever even look at what the champions are anymore.
Yeah, so I think the rod was on Victor, which allows him to put the Alawi in and get 4 Battlecast if he wants. Oh, doesn't want to. Okay, but he got the Cassiopeia.
He could have been up to 4 Battlecast there. Yeah, with the Victor and the Cassiopeia, but opting to stick with the Brawler Blaster route at this point.
Yeah, so he's really looking to go the Jinx route. He's trying to build the Jinx comp, which has been kind of a feast or famine comp. If you hit that Jinx, cool, you can top 4 with that. If you don't hit that Jinx, welcome to 8th territory.
And I haven't played that comp enough yet since it became popular again to really know how good I would feel about playing it on this galaxy in particular. What do you think about 2-item 2-item Jinx versus a 3-item Jinx?
Well, like I mentioned at the beginning, I think this is actually a good galaxy to play that comp because you can put the red buff on the Ezreal, and Jinx just has Deathblade RFC and can be fine, or IE Last Whisper. She doesn't really need the 3rd item. It's nice to have, but it's not necessary. So yeah, it wouldn't be my first choice, but it's not the worst. Hey, look at that. Developer blessing.
All right, yeah, seriously. You have to watch out for that. This is getting too strong. I'm getting worried. I'm going to have you spectate all my games.
Yeah. So now is get that 4 Brawler in.
Yeah.
And should be in a good spot. The only thing now is you need Jinx items.
Right. Because you don't really want to swap away from the Kog'Maw too just yet. It's tempting. It's tempting, but that Jinx is just so vulnerable. At least, getting the Jinx in lets him move away from the infiltrators, so hopefully he can pick up, like you're mentioning, a couple brawlers to fill those spots.
Yeah. We expect to see the 4 Brawler, 3 Rebel, 2 Jinx.
Right.
Is where he's trying to get to. So anything that gets in that direction. But again, right now he's running 1-star Blitzcrank, 1-star Malphite. So gonna be a struggle to get there.
Yeah. How developer blessed is he really? That's a question here.
If we see Malphite and Blitz in the shop,
we see all the Astros basically, everybody but Gnar. But the funny thing is, out of the Astros, Gnar is the one that he wants.
Yeah, this is funny. That's the Astro starter pack, right?
Yeah, seriously.
If he dropped a tier here, there's a world where a crazy pivot to Astro Sniper makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Yeah, I could see it. I mean, you've got the Thieves Gloves. That's going to be useful.
You'd have to be real fast to notice the tier and then buy everything.
Yeah.
Okay, didn't get the tier. These are better Jinx items. So
I was going to say, so he buys it anyway because he finds the Jhin. So he finds the other sniper that goes with Astral Snipers, and he did find a tier.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did.
No, I thought that was the one he already had.
Oh,
Am I crazy?
okay. Maybe, yeah. It was up at the top, so I might have
Yeah,
missed it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, well, either
But
way.
again, like getting the IE here or the Last Whisper, like now he's got really good Jinx items.
Mhm. Yeah, now he's in good shape to maybe make that transition.
He's still missing a front line pretty hard, but
Yeah. Hmm.
and yeah, you got to place your items on something.
Right. Yep. So Giant Slayer over on the Kog'Maw, infiltrators in the back distracting. Their purpose to allow him time to put more items on people.
Yep.
The Gnar gets in the back line. That's a Gnar 2 already for Hero.
Oof.
That's scary.
Yeah.
All right. So now you're definitely de-incentivized to go for the Astro Snipers. Yeah, and he sells everything. He's like, all right, well, somebody's already doing this and they have a way better board than me.
Yeah, this is definitely hit the Jinx to get that in, move the cog items around.
Right.
So yeah, the lack of Malphite, he's already at level 7 where it's going to be really hard to 2-star that Malphite, and he's stuck with that Malphite because he needs it for 3 Rebel.
Yeah.
So he can't even go the like Gnar route. He has to ignore a Lowy. So
All right. It has to reposition a bit to get that Rebel bonus. Opting to get the Chrono from the Wukong.
makes sense.
Yep.
Slightly stronger front line.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about that being kind of what he needs right now, but going up against a pretty strong board from Aegon, who's going for the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, like, getting all the way in the back line there. She's an infiltrator now. But this Jace doing so much work.
Yeah, so we can expect to see, 4-3, the usual roll down. He'll probably level to 8 and really try to hit that Jinx and 4, like get a Gnar, get the 4 Brawler going.
Right. Oh boy. All right.
Oof.
Oh, that was so close. Mordekaiser again, though. The GA on the Mordekaiser. All right. That's something you don't see every day.
So there's the level. Oh,
Yep.
got a Malphite. That helps a little.
Yeah. You always buy the Fizz, but there's a Vi in the shop too, though. So you kind of want to move towards the Brawlers, I would imagine. Yeah.
It's
the
always
game
fun.
really wanted to give him Victor, didn't it?
Yeah, it's always fun to see these roll downs because these players are so fast at this.
Yeah. Finds 4 Brawler. That's kind of the crucial moment there.
Yep.
And the thing is, Fizz can go in any comp right now. He is just a great unit. And why not,
The one thing I will point out, though, is he does not have Blaster going right now.
Yeah, that is a bit awkward. So valuing the crowd control that Fizz generally gets you from his ability over the extra shots from Battlecast, which is risky.
Yep, and so far looking like it's not going to pay off.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you put the Ezreal back in and make sure you have Blaster, get Chrono that way, of course, because you get to pair with the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I think you have to give up the Fizz here, which is unfortunate because that Fizz is so much power.
Right. I guess you can just kind of save it on the bench for later and see if you find a way to work it in at some point.
Yeah. Sunny Lou and Broccoli, by the way, both win streaking at this point, have got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, they're way up on top of the lobby at the moment. Pretty substantial lead. Not huge for Broccoli over Aegon, but Sunny Lou looking really good at the moment.
Yeah, on the other end, we talked about, at 2-6, 2-7, Glider in that really awkward 72 spot, not win streaking, not loss streaking.
Right.
And now sitting at 11 health, which has got to feel real rough. Might not even make it to Raptors.
Yeah, that would be a really early time to go out, actually. Not even making it to the last regular neutral round.
Ooh, 2-star Jinx. There you go.
Okay, yeah, 2-star Jinx. Now he's just going to be looking for things like the 2-star Gnar, finding that stronger frontline. 2-star Vi is actually
That's
pretty...
going to help a lot.
Yeah.
So now I think he's trying to push to... He's got to want to get to 9. I mean, his comp's pretty solid at this point.
Yeah. 9 makes sense because you can get those last synergies online. Find like some of those 5 costs to just kind of throw in for power spikes.
Yep.
Crowin going cybernetics again.
Yep.
All right. Wow, Crowin with the early Echo, actually.
Ooh, that Gnar ult. Oh, it's always unfortunate when you get the Gnar ult into the Echo ult because it means you don't get that stun duration time to move around. Yeah. It can feel real bad.
Yep, and that's going to be part of what contributes to Kurmex taking a loss in that particular round. So he's still down in 7th.
Glider did win, though, so might make it to Raptors.
He's alive. Glider lives. But there's definitely a separation starting to form between the top 4 and the bottom 4 here.
Yeah.
Pretty big gap between Broccoli and Goat right now.
Interestingly enough, Goat just hit level 8 just now, so a little bit behind, but
Yeah.
like health-wise isn't struggling too hard, so.
Yeah, and we'll see what he, like synergies and things, we'll see what he completes by hitting 8. Might be able to break into the top 4 that way.
Yeah, Kurt, like I said, just so many 1-star units. He does have the 2-star Jinx, but everything else,
Yeah.
it's just got to be feeling really rough here. Can't hit these pairs. Moved on to where hitting that Malphite, hitting that Blitz is going to be really hard at this point.
Very unlikely. And trying to get in the back against the snipers of Sunny Lu, the Zed on the Jin, but he's going to have to deal with the Shaco, the Jarvan, and it's all going to be too much for him.
Yeah,
And I wonder if he wants to find like a Negatron cloak to go for like Ionic on Vi or something like that. Possibly.
Yeah, with Glider winning too, Kuram's got to be really nervous right now because looking like an 8th if Glider's on the up and he's on the downturn. So
yeah, he might be in trouble. On to the Arc Raptors. So everybody survives to 4-7 after all.
Yep. Yeah, I think the hard part here is, do you go to 9 or do you roll it down and try to strengthen this army? And I think you have to for a top 4 tournament.
Yeah,
you've got to roll it down and try to strengthen that army.
I agree. Oftentimes a level isn't going to give you a big initial power spike unless you're completing like some huge synergy or something like that, like 6 Vanguards or something. But finding more 2-stars is definitely something that'll do it.
Yeah.
Chain vest, double chain vest. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess it gives you a shroud.
Yeah. Another Gnar.
So here we go. Good luck on the roll down. Got the Blitz, got the Gnar.
R2 Blitz 2. Good start. Just trying to buy all the 4 costs you can with room in the shop.
At this point, what's he trying to hit? That was a free Jace, by the way.
I was gonna say, yeah, free Jace too. In any other game, you'd be like, oh my gosh, but this game, you don't need it at all.
So at this point, it's Malphite.
Whoa,
That's lucky.
Yeah, that's kind of shocking. That was a great roll down actually for Kurum. He found a lot of stuff there. Did not find the Fizz 2, but he found most of his other 2-stars, including some ones that he was not expected to find, like the Blitz and the Malphite.
The Malphite was big. I was not expecting the Malphite there, so that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, the Shen ult with the dodges.
Yeah, that Jarvan 2 as well. The Jarvan 3 rather with the
That is a big Jarvan 3.
Certainly is.
I don't know if he okay. I was gonna say the CC helped a lot there. Whew.
Yep. Preventing him from getting more shields, and then Jinx just untouched. Oh wow, and there
you go.
Okay. So suddenly Kurum X is looking like in a much stronger spot. And we were kind of guessing, thinking about if it's better to go to 9 or level or roll down. And I think unquestionably for Kurum X, he made the right choice and rolled down into a very strong board.
Yep. Oof, a lot of strong boards this game.
Yeah. Yeah, there was that big gap forming between the top 4 and the bottom 4, but that gap might close pretty quick.
We're seeing
these lower boards.
Yeah, we're seeing Crowin win streak with the Cybers, and we're seeing Sunny do well. So it looks like Glider got the 6th Blade Master going, which is why he's been win streaking, but doesn't have the 3-star Yi yet.
Not yet. 3-star.
A lot of people have got to be looking at like, quick, kill Glider before he hits it, because if he hits it, this could be a big turnaround.
Oh no! Is it too late? He's only 1 Yi away from hitting that Yi 3. He had another 5 on his bench, as you can see.
If he hits it, that could be a free. Now, look at this. We got 5 people at basically 1 life.
Yeah. Broccoli, Goat, Kurum, all on the verge of being eliminated. And Kurum needs to have a good game this round, or his tournament is basically over. He's got 2 6th places coming into this, and so that means 0 points so far. So yeah, if he doesn't like top 4 game, it's kind of done,
Yep. Yeah, meanwhile, Sunny, who's already got 2 top 4s, looking like his 3rd top 4, has got to be feeling real good.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's too bad for Kurum because he found a strong board. It just came a little bit too late,
Well, yeah, and as I mentioned, like blasters are a good top 4 build if you can get them going early. When you're already at the bottom, this is where they start to struggle. So, the Gnar into Nico is a little troll.
Yeah.
That might be it for Broccoli, though.
Yeah, eliminates Broccoli in 8th place. So Kurum at least dodging the -1. Hero actually out in 6th. So okay, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, Hero getting down helps people a lot because that's one of our top 2 right now. So that's big.
Yeah. Glider is win streaking right now too. Let's swap and go see what Aegon is up to after this carousel, or right now. That's fine too. And Aegon just doing a little bit of scouting here as he decides what to pull off the full item carousel. Thinking about the Ionic. Oh, goes for the Infinity Edge. Oh, denying that from Kurum is really mean. Ouch.
Oh, Glider got a Yi off the carousel.
Oh no.
That's
The
probably
prophecy has
top
been
4 for
fulfilled.
Glider.
Yep. All right. Well, Glider, on the top 1 trajectory now. You can see on the sidebar, Master Yi 3 complete.
Which
Soraka.
you gotta say, he was at 11 health at 4-4
Yep.
and managed to stay alive, finally hit the E3 now, and probably just locked a top 4 easy, maybe even a top 2.
Yeah. Yeah, the Master Yi is the key. That's for sure. Scouting going around right now. Aegon trying to reposition a little bit.
Yeah, Aegon's got a strong version of Astro Sniper with dang near perfect items.
Yeah, I really like the front line as well. You mentioned earlier that you get to itemize more tanks than usual, which helps a lot.
Yeah, the Fizz did work though. Nice job, Kurum here.
Yeah, well, Vi got right onto the Teemo as well and just punched him into oblivion.
Yeah,
by playing whack-a-mole there, and another win for Kurum. So Goat out in 6th.
Oh, this is gonna be close.
This lobby getting a little bit more wide open right now.
The other thing with the 3-star Yi is it's only a 2-item 3-star Yi because of Binary Star.
Good
so
point.
It does have the potential to get bursted down by, like, say, this Jin. So we'll see.
Yeah, the Jin with pretty great items. Like if you could pick 2 items to put on a Jin and Binary Star, you'd probably pick these 2.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. More repositioning here. Trying to save the Teemo. Okay. All right, here it is. Has to go up against the Yi. It's time.
Oh,
It's the Ghost.
this is going to be really close. I think, the Zed got a bunch of Blade Master procs.
Yep.
That's rough.
Yep.
And the Fizz. The Fizz.
The Soraka heal comes through, but doesn't really do
Aegon
anything.
lives.
Are already dead.
Oh, Kurum barely not making it.
Yep. Aegon down to 5 HP. So he lives. He makes it to the top 4. But yeah, Kurum, we mentioned 0 points going into this one, 0 points again. Maximum now, if he wins 2 in a row of 22 points, it's probably not going to be enough to get you into the top 2.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, that gives Sunny, the 30 points, so he'll be looking good. Crowin sitting at the 20 range. Glider will be sitting in the 20 range, and Aegon will be sitting in the 20 range. But both Glider and Aegon have the -1s from earlier.
Right.
So that may haunt them.
Oh, totally. Because if you end up with 19 or like 29 points or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, which is why avoiding those -1s at all costs is something you got to do.
Yep. Hero and Crowin, both the players in this lobby with the first places. And so because of that, they get that first tiebreaker where it does count your firsts after everything else.
Yeah. And again, props to Glider, who went from 11 health at like 4-4, 4-5 to top 4. Really pulled it out there with that E-comp, which again, we're seeing be very popular across all the lobbies right now.
Oh yeah. Easily one of the strongest, if not the strongest comp in the game. I know it's Frodan's favorite comp. I know he's watching this and like loving seeing all the Master Yi Blade Master comps excel.
Yep. God, these Fizzes have been deciding a lot of these fights too. Fizz still a very powerful champion at this stage.
Oh yeah.
That's gonna do it for Aegon.
Yes, it will. Aegon out in 4th, but hey, I mean, it's not a first, but you're okay with that.
Oh, you're definitely okay with that.
Yeah. On board the Glider now, as he looks like he's in prime position to possibly win a lobby. And he's got the Fizz 2 with Thieves Gloves as well. So as far as the Fizz 2 strength goes in this lobby, he's got the best version of it.
Yeah, that was probably one of the smartest calls he could have made. Because again, Fizz 2 really strong, gets that big spell boost. Yeah. And Thieves Gloves on Binary Star is a lot of value, and Fizz can use a lot of items.
Oh, 2 Jin 2s is really interesting because those can theoretically just start one-shotting some of your Blade Masters.
Yep.
If they live, and they won't.
Well, and that's the crazy thing here is also Glider has 2 Death Blades.
Yeah.
And so this is like such a snowbally comp where it's like it's just going to burst everything down real quick.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sunny's falling off pretty hard here. So I think we're actually in for a Crowin or Glider first here.
Yeah, and how big would that be for Crowin to end up with 2 first places in a row? That would put him in a great spot to possibly move on to tomorrow. To
get a lot of momentum.
The finals lobby for that guy.
Yeah, a lot of momentum there. But Glider 9-game win streak right now, hasn't lost since like 4-4 again. It's crazy.
Yep. Well, it turns out Master Yi 3 doesn't even need 3 items. We're finding out here. Man, if he had the Deathblade on the E as well, that would have been
good Shroud though from Sunny here.
Yeah.
But I think that Fizz ult
place at the beginning of the round to try to
real strong.
Yep. And now he's got the Thresh as well. So having the Thresh, having the Urgot's on the bench, I guess he's a little bit worried about maybe pulling in a Yasuo 1, but it's a risk you have to take sometimes.
I know there are some players that feel really strongly about the getting the Zephyr or the Shroud here and being able to place it mid-combat gives a very strong power spike to Glider here. So he's going to be able to Zephyr a key unit, although he doesn't actually have a lot of spots to put it. So
yeah.
In fact, he didn't actually place it. So a bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, he tried to throw it on the Thresh, but he didn't get it on there in time, unfortunately. It happens to the best of us. Oh, no.
And it cost him. It cost him.
Crowin at 1 HP.
And Crowin takes it.
Wow. And that's it. It's a double kill.
Yep.
Crowin winning 2 in a row in that lobby. Wow. Okay. So C9 Crowin bouncing back really fast from the Nebula tournament to pretty dominant today.
Yeah, that Zephyr misplay was real rough. Binary Star, he didn't have a lot of places to put it, tried to slam it the last minute, and that could have cost him. That was real big there. So I hate to see it.
You do, but it's tough. Like, it's one of those things where it's, you get the benefit of waiting to place the Zephyr at the beginning of the round, but then there's that split second where it's like you want to put it on someone and then you realize their items are full, whether it's a binary star or a different galaxy. And a lot of times that can cause you to just not get it off before the round begins.
Oof.
Which is a bummer. Yeah. So we're going to take a look at the scores in a moment because I believe all the other lobbies are done. We'll find out. Meanwhile, looking at lobby number A. I'm professionally. I've said this before. KCI, 31 points. So top 4 all games, gets one first. Great spot for him. Marcus close behind at 21. The pack starting to separate a little bit with Luca and Fanboy from Japan, actually, with 20.
Yeah, I think Joker's day is probably done here, but KCI looking real strong. And the thing is, the next game is going to be really key here, right? Because that's when you're going to be able to break away. If KCI hits 40, everyone's probably going to be really discouraged. If KCI gets 5th or lower, everyone's got a shot. There's 3 players at the 20 range, so hopefully they have a shot at pulling back in. So we're really this is kind of like the make or break point for a lot of people.
Another player I'm watching, Dark Hydra, needs to have a good game in round 4 if he wants to have a chance to move on, but it's looking rough. Meanwhile, Lobby B, Zugrug, 2 or 3 10-point games in a row, 30 points for him. Ging, Kune, Kano, and Fluffy all pretty close behind, but there are 3 players with 21. So those 3 first place players capitalizing on that with other 4th or best or better finishes. So this could end up being a really, really close one.
Yeah, and you'll get tired of me saying this every lobby, but again, if Zugrug takes a 5th, all of a sudden Ging, Kune, or Can take that 1st and 2nd spot, and so this is still anyone's game, and it's going to be really hyped to see. And even Solless could come back from this.
Yeah. So Lobby C, let's check it out. Sunny Lou on top with 30 points, but Crowin with 2 firsts has put himself in a position to win a lot of tiebreakers if he's able to kind of keep the momentum going.
Yeah, the only thing that has me nervous about that is is Crowin playing a first or eighth style? And so, yes, while he has the momentum here, if he keeps doing that, that could result in a 5th, 6th, 7th, game 4, game 5, and that will be the difference. So those 2 firsts are great, but don't let them, fool you into a style that isn't going to do well in this tournament.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Kurum and Broccoli, their day is probably done as far as their chances of making it on to the next round. Still playing to see what happens, but yeah, it looks like those 2 probably are not making it out. And finally,
and I think they're playing for pride.
Yeah, pretty much. Playing for the madness.
Now,
lobby.
This is a close lobby.
Yeah, seriously. Nobody at 30 yet. Just a bunch of players, 5 players at 21 or 20. And that means that even Cottontail and Zeniator still have a slim chance. It's really just Tian down at the bottom that is looking like he's not going to make it through.
Yeah, the crazy thing here is Tian can play massive spoiler here, right? Because every time Tian takes 10 points from somebody else, that's a dynamic shift in who's going to win here. So I actually am kind of hoping Tian can come out with like 2 top 4s here and really shake this lobby up.
Yeah, that'll definitely mess things up a little bit for sure. So we are going to see that lobby in our next game, actually. Like I mentioned, we are kind of moving from lobby to lobby. There's 32 players playing right now, so we can't cast all of the games at the same time. That would be extremely difficult and confusing. So we're just going to do 1 each. So far, we've done A, B, C. Now it's time to go to D. But I wanted to ask you, Mort, like, what's your biggest takeaway so far as seeing how these lobbies have sort of finished up?
I mean, so there's the balance side of me that always kicks in, and it's funny because before the tournament started, I typed in our Slack channel. I'm like, comps to watch out for. Mech seems on the rise, and Blade Master seems maybe a little silly. And sure enough, we're seeing a lot of Blade Master, so it's confirming some suspicions. Which with this game, everything is so tight, you've got to keep an eye on it. Mm-hmm. But the other thing is just like, it's really cool to see all the different item combinations and how the slightest variation in items can actually make massive differences, right? Like the people who figured out Giant Slayer Vayne was the good thing to go instead of, say, a Death Blade are having a lot of success. Right. Different items on Asol can make or break fights, different mech variations. Socks trying the 4 Celestial Barbecue mech. So it's really cool to see that even if there is like a comp tier list, that those item variations can make massive swings in the outcomes.
Oh yeah, totally. Sometimes, playing one of the top comps without the proper items is going to basically be as good as just not getting the proper comp online. But we're going to move in to our next game as Blade Masters have been officially confirmed silly, and we'll see if they can take another lobby. It's going to be Galactic Armory. And honestly, like props to you, Mortdog, for taking this galaxy that was relatively uninteresting, didn't quite hit when it came out, to making it like one of my favorite galaxies now. Because when you wait to the end of the first neutral rounds, you get a lot of really interesting choices now.
So a couple things. First off, it's a team effort. Team did it. Congrats to everyone who's working on TFT for making this galaxy better. The second thing here is this is so interesting now, because what you have is that everyone has the pieces of a Bramble Vest. They don't have to lock it in, but very few are going to be building the locket here, right?
Right.
And so knowing that everyone's got a Bramble, are you all of a sudden a lot more afraid of playing something like Cybernetic, which can struggle against those Bramble Vests? Are you expecting to see a bunch more mechs? Are you expecting that because everyone's got 2 armors that there's going to be a lot more red buffs? So this will be interesting to see what everyone does with their items.
Yeah, Shroud, a real scary prospect as well. You could see a lot more Shrouds than usual because everybody's got half of it already. I mean, you can see Green Being, who we're starting off watching, has the makings of it right there with the glove on the Leona.
I mean, I'm expecting the double locket slam here.
Oh, yeah. Take it back to the Berserker days, right?
That's right. Triple locket frontlines. You love to see it.
Let's go Glacial Berserkers. Bring it on.
Yeah. This is actually a surprisingly awkward starting combination of items, though, because it's like Jeweled Gauntlet. You're not building the lockets usually. Death Cat Bramble.
Okay, so looking at these items now, I'm seeing a shroud on your tank, and then I'm seeing I'm seeing like a blue buff and a Morello's later, right? And some other stuff that you can choose to use,
Yeah, the risk with that is what you're saying is I need to hit those specific items on the carousel,
Yep.
and so I need to lose streak, and so that can be a big risk here. Whereas, for example, like if you're slamming that bramble early, you're saying, "Hey, I'm going to win streak with that bramble probably."
Sure.
So it'll be interesting to see because, like, even like a bramble Ludens could do a lot of early game power spike. You'll definitely fall off in the late game, but again, with this top 4 format, maybe that's okay.
Yeah, it's totally legitimate to just play like an insane win streak comp that falls off, and then as long as you fall off slow enough to stay in the top 4, you're golden, right? So I don't mind that idea where you have like a Malphite Ziggs comes to mind as if you can put the Ludens on someone and put the Bramble Vest on somebody else,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out, but I think he's definitely struggling to figure out where these items go. So
yeah, it's a tricky prospect.
And you can see, actually, I think as he scrolled through there, I think we saw 3 Bramble Jarvans.
Okay. All right. That's not super surprising, I suppose. So now that's going to really raise the stock of Last Whisper in this lobby. Like everybody's going to be looking for completing that.
Yeah, or like, I mean, you start thinking, I'm going to start going caster comps, right? Because they don't care so much about the Bramble. So are we going to see, like, buy these 2 poppies in the shop, for example, and start seeing if I can luck into an Ari,
Right. Try to find a Star Guardians thing that goes online. We even in I can't remember now if it was EUF Cup or if it was Nebula, where we even saw someone run, I might have even been Dark Hydra, run the old Riven 6 Orc build. It's still good if you can get the items for Riven. And now that Victor is casting more often, he's much safer to itemize. So I actually think that comp in particular is a little bit underutilized right now.
And even here, like with the Ziggs, like again, if you know everyone's running Bramble Vests, Ziggs with a a Ludens, or if you can get a blue buff off the carousel and go like blue Death Cap for a while, could be really strong.
Definitely. And so I think the question that Green Being needs to make right now is, does he just want a lost streak in the carousel and then decide what he wants to build out of his items? And it looks like that might be the case here.
I mean, certainly the fact he hasn't built anything is he is accepting this as a lost streak, right?
I would think so.
I think the only thing is he has to be a little worried if he runs into a Xeniator, because he might lose his lost streak if Xeniator is weaker.
Yeah, if he's like totally open forwarding, then he may actually have a weaker board.
Yeah.
Okay,
Xeniator won there, so that means Green is definitely in the clear, probably to just like hard lost streak and take control here. So,
one thing we haven't talked about is he gets another gloves and he gets a bow. That's like double jeweled gauntlet Titans Resolve.
The barbecue.
Yeah, barbecue rumble. It's out there. It's on the Reddit rise, as I say. So maybe, just maybe, I would love to see someone play it. I don't endorse it. I don't know if it's a good idea. Probably isn't, but it'd be cool to see someone try it.
He's struggling with these items though. He's in Rebel. Yeah. He has no real front line other than the Rebel shield. I mean, at this point, you don't use the items. You've got to wait.
Yeah, definitely wait. Definitely wait. Definitely wait. Oh, he's going for the... Huh.
Okay.
All right. Hey, he built a jeweled gauntlet. My hope for barbecue rumble is out there. It's still alive.
Yeah. Now, Green is one of the people, like, this is the lobby where 5 people are in the 20-21 range.
Yeah.
So this could go anywhere. Top 4 is really important here.
The funny thing actually is with so many Bramble Vests in the lobby, barbecue rumble might not actually be terrible.
It could be. He's definitely wanting a tier on the carousel here. I'm almost positive that's what he's going to go for. It's going away from him, so there's a risk GV8 takes it.
Yep. Grand Vice not moving out of the gate. Thinking about it. He's going for another rod. Oh, and it gets did he get it? No, he didn't.
Oh no.
Okay. All right. Here's your mission. Yes.
Oh, he did it.
Oh, did he get it? Oh, he did. Okay. Yeah.
Yep, they're on. Okay.
All right. So
a lot of hesitation there. A lot of mind games on that carousel.
No kidding. Well, I doubt we would see him locket stack. But I would think this is just going to be a death cap for the Ziggs. But it could be a lot of different things. Oh man, he could just go death cap for Darius.
I mean, he's getting tempted by the Darius, and I think it's a big mistake.
Well, he's got the Jace.
This is so risky.
Oh man, completely swapping things up now.
This is really risky.
Death Cap for Darius was the name of my my emo band in the early 2000s as well. But that's just coincidence there.
This feels like nerves a little bit. I'm just not as confident that this build's gonna take off. But
yeah,
oh.
even the decision to put the Death Cap on the Jace is a little bit surprising to me. Because generally the Jace is there to soften things up for the Darius.
I will say, Aso Diogo here playing the Locket, actually. We were kind of making jokes about the Locket, but he chose to play it.
Yeah, I mean, as far as win streaking goes, it's not bad if you can put it on a 2-star early on to give your team that extra, effective HP, right? So I could see it as like an early game build. So he just wants to make an ultra strong Jace. Oh, okay. So,
well, you could go the Vanguard Mystic version, I suppose, at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what we're seeing here is Vanguard Mystic, but more of an emphasis on the Jace carry, which is a thing.
Yeah, for sure. If you can 2-star that Jace early, get the blue buff on the Cassiopeia here, that could do really well. And certainly with all those Bramble Vest front lines, those Jace ults are going to hit pretty hard here. Although it's funny because Bramble Vest actually does stop the spell crit as well.
I think the other thing to consider is that you're really going to need Jace to carry because you've already used 3 rods this game. It's unlikely that you're going to be able to put together a Morellonomicon or a Cassiopeia at this point, which would be a problem.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It takes a lot to the Zenyator.
Yeah, definitely struggling a bit here, though. And I will say also, putting in the Bard when you're already in last and lost streaking, it's nice to get that XP, but it's so risky with your health.
It really is. 68 HP, which is only one less than that 70 benchmark that we talked about earlier. He did find the Darius too, but I would just love to see like at least the death cap on the Darius,
Yeah, the itemless Darius is not going to do him any favors.
Yeah. Because Darius did get a buff. Like he's certainly stronger now than he used to be. But in the current meta, he still needs, I feel like even at 2-star, he still needs an item to really get the resets going consistently in the early game when he's going to be best.
Yeah, Darius's expiration is also right around 3-3 before he starts falling off, just because at that point people start getting so much CC in their comps that he just struggles to get those resets going.
Right. Or they get their protectors online or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of
ones. The Nautiluses all really cause him to struggle. So,
right. Speaking of Nautilus, it is at least nice to find another Vanguard. He does have the ability to go 4 Vanguards right now. And here's a bit of a roll down. A little bit.
Yeah, this feels like struggling to hit what you're looking for, and
this feels like not really knowing what you're looking for, honestly. I think he generally wants to go towards Vanguard Mystic, but he's also picking up things like the Nico. So he's kind of thinking about pivoting into other comps even beyond that.
Ooh, look at Tian's 3-star Graves, red buff, Blaster. This is a strong board.
Yeah, that Graves is going to do a lot of work early on and just kind of prevent the enemy team from doing a lot of work as well. Yeah, Green Being is looking like he might be going for a fast save, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I said, the Darius, if you can get some items on him early, you can use it to snowball pretty hard. But when you're in last, putting your weight into a Darius is probably a bit doomed.
Yeah. I think we're going to swap over to see what Grand Vice is working on. He is currently 3rd place in the lobby right now, and getting a little bit of a Rebels comp going. He's been playing this a lot on his stream. He seems to like playing Rebels lately, or he seems to end up in Rebels, whether he likes it or not, recently. But this could end up being like Mech with Victor as well.
The blue buff Ziggs with the Rumble here is real strong.
Yeah.
But it is still a 1-star Ziggs, and that's got to be feeling bad.
Yeah, Leona 2 in the shop even. But yeah, you want Ziggs to be able to do a little bit more damage than he will be doing. The stun, helps a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, the stun's helping quite a bit here. He's getting repeated stuns on the Mech, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, actually, oh, that was so close. He does break the Mech, maybe with the Jinx reset
I
right
think
at
he
the
wins
last
this.
moment. Oh
I
my
think he
god,
wins this.
he does.
Power of Demolitionist.
Seriously. Yeah, who needs a 2-star anyway? Oh, he finds the Fizz. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna buy that. Because it just seems like you could stick with the Rebels trajectory. And the thing is he could go Rebels and then put the GA on a Gangplank later. Is I think kind of the end game for that direction.
Yeah, the challenge with this comp is those items that he's got on the Ziggs aren't really great on anybody but the GP, and putting your money in a GP late game is really risky in this kind of
Yeah.
comp. And like in this tournament, if you don't hit that, you are going to struggle real hard.
Well, that's
By the
why
way, Green Bean moved his items to the Darius.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's a smart idea. I think you have to. He found another Jace. And yeah, that Darius is going to be, ooh, the stun though.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, Darius is so hard to keep going because he gets stunned and CC'd so much.
Yeah.
That even that's just going to, like, it's going to be rough for Green.
Certainly will. Not making a whole lot of progress, unfortunately, for him, down to 36 HP. But you mentioned about those items earlier with putting all your eggs in the Gangplank basket. And I agree with the state of Gangplank right now in TFT. It's probably not super wise, which is why I think maybe you still keep yourself open for Mech, since you could put those items on a Victor.
Yeah.
You know, GA is okay for Mech. It's not terrible, but it's not bad either.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, being able to pivot into the Victor would be a good way to go with those items.
Yeah. And you know what you could do as well is you could play Mech and then you could put the GA on a Gangplank later on. So you could have Mech and Gangplank, which is, it's okay.
Yeah, I think there you're running a little item thin would be the challenge I'd have with that one. But
yeah, what else do you have on your Mech at that point?
Yeah. Now the nice thing here is the early 6 Rebel spike here. Like, he was 6 Rebel at 3-3. That's real good. Even though they're all 1-stars, that's a lot of health on those units.
Yeah. There's another Rumble. All right. Trap Claw.
Really? Locks the Trap Claw. Wow.
This is looking like Mech, because Trap Claw, Shroud, Dodge Mech has been, really coming up in terms of how people itemize the Mech right now.
Yeah.
He's holding onto the Fizz.
The other thing I have to give credit to GV8 here is he's playing a kind of unconventional comp. And like you said, he'll probably transition it into something, whether it be Mech, whether it be GP, we'll figure that out. Yeah. But he's playing strongest board in a way that a lot of people we're seeing aren't, to where he's win streaking, he's preserving that health, and he's aiming for that top 4.
Well, I messaged you earlier this morning when I was watching some of his games, and the thing I said was, like, GV8 is so good at min-maxing all of his boards and fitting in, like, all these little side synergies and finding creative ways to put things together that do better than people would expect. And so yeah, now he's got 6 Rebels online. He's got Demolitionist, which doesn't seem super unique, but the way he got there is what's kind of sets it apart.
Now, the unfortunate thing here is he's at level 7, which is past the ideal 2 cost threshold, and he needs an Annie.
Yeah. Needs an Annie. It's not unheard of to hit on the roll down, I suppose. He's also, looking around the lobby as he does a bit of scouting, I'm worried that he may also be like one of 3 Mech players in this lobby.
Yeah. And again, as we mentioned earlier, that's when the Mech players struggle, is when there's 3 Mech players in the lobby.
Right. It can sort of support 2. That's still a little bit of a risk, because you're both going to be fighting over the victors in a lot of situations. But 3 is where it gets bad. 3 is where you're holding hands to 0 pointsville.
Yeah, I'm curious what Tien is running here. He's still level 5 at 3-6, and he still only has the 3-star Graves as far as 3-stars go.
I mean, his board looks cybernetics, but it's weird that he would have a 3-star Graves and go into it from there, and he even loses. Wow. All right.
Yeah, so definitely. Losing your win streak, by the way, right before PvE always feels real rough.
Yeah. And I think he's kind of ridden the Graves 3 win train about as long as you possibly can at the moment.
Yep. But again, props to GV8 for being, 3rd place at this point with a 1-star board.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, there's Xeniator with a Mech.
That could be, well, that's Sorcerers.
Wait, are there 2 Darius players right now? That's also surprising.
You know, you get by the Bramble Vest by just one-shotting him with your ultimate, I guess.
I suppose.
Sure.
Oh, he got
I've
the
always
Annie.
I've always been a Darius advocate, but that may not be wise. But yeah, he does find the Annie. But does he go Mech? Because he's got 6 rebels going. And that's the only thing that's kind of making this 1-star board viable, you know?
Yeah,
He's all
he's hitting nothing. This has got to be real frustrating.
Yeah, just another Guardian Angel as far as what those items can make. So yeah, I think you go Mech. I think it's the point where this is going to be stronger. Hey, what do you know? It's the Riven Sork build coming out from Balutena.
Yeah, it's interesting. We're seeing a lot of 1-star boards. A lot of people struggling to hit their pairs this game.
You know, I wonder too if that's a symptom of wanting to level up faster to get access to the stronger units quicker. Which kind of comes with the territory of trying to top 4 rather than just, you know, maybe 5 or 6 is okay.
Yeah. And we talked about how rough Green Being's start was earlier, and here we are at 20 health at 4-2 with that struggle of, are you going to make it to Raptors?
I'm so glad that you were the one who said green beans first, because I was really trying hard not to say that the entire time. I was so close. Yeah.
We all make mistakes.
The thing is, I'm sure everybody's thinking green beans out there.
Well, if they aren't, oops.
Yep. If they aren't, then eat your vegetables. They're healthy.
What is this locket positioning on this Leona?
I don't know. It's because he's already got another one in the back line, so you know you don't need both.
All right.
Why not? Going up against Uso Jogo TFT,
who does have that really strong Vayne item.
Yeah. Yeah, the Last Whisper on the Vayne is certainly going to do a lot of good against the Mech, and the Rumble, even with the GA, getting Grand Vice a little bit farther in that round than he would have otherwise, but he's struggling a little bit at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing him fall off, but we're also seeing the top of the lobby fall off as well. Cottontail struggling a bit. The one thing to be really worried about here, though, is that GV8 is still level 7 and doesn't have the gold to hit 8 at the usual 4-3 power spike that everyone's trying to do. So,
you know, it's rough because it's good to have the Demolitionist buff, but at this point, I think he would have really preferred to hit a Victor and be able to swap those items over and get more of a normal standard Mech Victor carry comp going that we've seen a lot lately.
Yeah, the crazy thing here is he got rid of the Mech. He's back to 6 Rebel.
Yeah, and who can blame him? It's probably a stronger comp right now for his board. Going up against a Death Cap Jeweled Gauntlet Mech, not hitting quite as hard as I thought it was going to, actually.
I think the Rebel shields were still up.
Yeah, seems that way. Green Being, though, looks like he's going to get a win this round. Unless Yi can totally carry. No, not quite. Oh, Jinx? Oh, no. The Victor auto. Nobody suspects it.
That's the Scarra. Good loss.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, defensive carousel.
Yeah, defensive item carousel, belts, chain vests. This is a Victor.
I know what these players are thinking right now.
Yeah. They're thinking, thank you, Mort. That's right.
Yeah, right.
And I'm sure a lot of them are sincere. Maybe like 50-50.
You either need it or you don't. 50-50.
Exactly. Well, we're going to check out a different view and check back in with Grand Vice a little bit later. Balotelli, who we saw playing that Riven build early on, has now swapped over to a Sorcerer Mech build, which is probably stronger in the late game. Just kind of waiting for that moment to transfer some items from that Riven elsewhere. But does he really need to? I don't think he really needs to.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is we've seen a lot of, like, when Mech's been doing well this tournament, it's been the Mech with Victor. Mm-hmm. And so those are great Victor items. You're kind of lacking the Morello is really the only thing you're missing here.
Yeah.
But otherwise, Thieves Gloves Mech isn't the worst. So,
yeah, it's not bad. The cool thing I like with this is that he's maintaining 4 sorcerers, so he's getting the most out of this Victor that he can. And that Riven has items that are going to be great on a Gangplank when he finds it eventually. And the Riven's just a good holder of this for the moment.
Yeah, it took me a moment to realize TN is playing reroll Cybernetic, trying to hit 3-star Leona, 3-star Lucian, 3-star Fiora.
Oh, you're right.
And I suppose he has that luxury since he's kind of already not top forward already. So I guess there's room to experiment.
Sure.
But again, if he top fours with it, then it worked. So
That'd be cool to see. It's not something I've really seen much of ever, honestly. But why not, right?
yeah.
Play for the content.
Green Being is one bad loss away from death, but I think we'll make it to Raptors. So it looks like we're going to have everyone make it to Raptors, which is good.
A 2-star Recon certainly helps with that.
But
huh.
It's fun to see someone play it. I think if he doesn't hit soon, he's going to bot 4 pretty quick.
Yeah. All right. Well, repositioning from Volatelli as he gets ready for the next round here, runs into another mech, the one from Green Being this time, and running some interesting stuff. Running Protector Celestial, which is kind of a cool tech to add in with the mech. He's got the Victor as well. So this board is actually starting to look a little bit stronger, honestly.
Yeah, he pulled it out.
All right.
It's always fun for me when you see mech versus mech and you see these two giant Garens swinging their swords at each other repeatedly.
Yeah. This is it's a neat synergy that I'm hoping we get to see it come back in future sets as well, with like different giant mechs, different mech pilots. I'm not gonna, I'm not trying to like dig for secrets of future sets, but I'm just saying it'd be cool.
I will say there was a time where we experimented with Urgot as the sort of like Godzilla-esque monster, so you could have mech versus Godzilla.
Oh,
but
that'd
it
be
never
awesome.
panned out.
Have like the opposite synergy where maybe like Urgot like consumes other things, not pilots. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, fun idea that never quite panned out, but
well, there's an endless amount of sets that can be made in TFT, so
yeah,
I'm sure it's something that can come back eventually.
So it's interesting. He pulled out mech here.
Yeah.
To go 6 sorcerer.
Which I was kind of wondering if he was going to go in that direction, because we talked about how Thieves Gloves mech is like okay, but it's not going to be as strong as other mechs. All right, but when he goes to 8, he can actually just put in the Fizz. So yeah, you would be doing mech here, but now at least you can get Fizz with the 6 sorcerer damage bonus.
Yeah, the thing that's got to be frustrating him a bit is he's got perfect Riven items. He's got the strong Riven. He's got the 6 Sork, but still has the 1-star Riven despite being pretty uncontested in it. So
yeah,
it's got to be a little frustrating. Tien, by the way, hitting the 3-star Lucian there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's going to be strong. We mentioned earlier, Lucian did get a buff in the last patch, so he's more of a carry than he has been earlier in the 3.5 set. So
yeah, I'll be curious to see how that comp works and if it plays spoiler or not.
Yeah. I really always enjoyed playing this Riven 6 Sork comp, so I'm glad to see it starting to make a little bit of a comeback, because it's just fun to watch everything blow up like that, and Riven is still, a strong carry.
Yep. Green Being at 1 health. So lost that match. Gonna be real close.
It's gonna be rough for him, because this is that lobby that we looked at earlier, where there were a lot of players that were kind of in contention to get a bit higher. And Tien hits a Leona 3 there, by the way. But Green Being, if he does not top 4 here, would kind of start to set himself apart in a bad way from the possibility of making it forward.
Yeah, that lobby is really close to the point where it could swing back the other way, and we just have 8 players with all 20 points. So be interesting to see.
Yeah, totally. Because we still have one more game after this. It's a 5-game series today, so lots of chances for the players to prove themselves. Yuso Jogo trying to get the win in the end, but that Aurelia is causing a lot of problems. Oh, Riven?
The Riven?
Oh, the shield. Aurelia resets.
Oh, the red buff.
If
and
that
Green
would have been
Being
first. Yeah, Green Being in 8th. And I've got a feeling for Balotelli. We talked about not having the Riven 2, and I think that this round would have been a win with the Riven 2.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, kind of desperately rolling at this point.
Right.
If he can find one more and pick it up off the carousel, maybe, but otherwise it's looking pretty doomed.
He finds a Fizz 2, which is nice, but it's not the 2-star 4 cost that he was looking for.
Yeah.
Oof.
Now it's funny, if you look at Tien's board though, he's got all those 3 stars now, so it'll be interesting to see how far that goes, because he lost a lot of health trying to get them, but now that he's got them, what how far will it go?
Well, the funny thing is that health-wise, he's still in fourth. Like, there's
Yeah.
definitely a big separation between third and fourth in this lobby, but he's not doing that bad compared to other people that were just kind of playing the game more straight up. Oh, Balotelli getting wrecked by the other mech.
Oh, this
Shoot.
is always the feels bad when you're at 0 health.
Yeah.
Just barely.
It does give him 6th over 7th, but that doesn't matter in this tournament.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Rip either way.
GV8. And we talked about GV8, or it was Crowin that was like the 1st or 8th, but GV8, yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yep. Grand Vice in 7th, not getting the points when he needed them. We're on board now with Cottontail, just coming off of a finals lobby appearance with the C9 Nebula qualifiers. And kind of one of the standout players that has always been, he's been around the NA scene for a while, but I feel like recently I've been seeing him pop up more and more.
Yeah. This one will be interesting here because I guess Chewbacca NA definitely really wants this top 4 because he's sitting, in second, almost tied for first. Really wants this top 4. Has 2 Nikos here. So if he can pull it out, this will be big. He just has to get through TN's army of 3 stars and, try to make it up there. So it'll be really close here.
Yeah. Well, even 3-star Jace, I think I saw for TN.
Yep.
So he's really finding all the strong stuff at this point. Repositioning the Urgot right at the end to try to land a better Shroud. Wow, check out those items from the Thieves' Gloves. Man, Shroud and Trap Claw.
Yeah, that's real good.
That's amazing.
Oh, good Zephyr, though.
It gets Zephyr. It has a pretty decent Shroud on the mech, at least. But yeah, the Zephyr is the price he pays. Can he finish off Chewbacca NA? All right, Janna ult going. And
really curious what he's saving these Nikos for.
Yeah. Because he could do the Janna. He could build another Xerath. I believe, yeah. But he doesn't really have the items for Xerath.
Oh, and TN lost also. So this could decide who gets the top 4 here. This is gonna be real close.
Right. TN at 14, Chewbacca NA at 6.
Yeah. Yuso Jogo TFT is also another one that's sitting at the top of this lobby by a point. And so coming out with another first here would be really big.
That would almost lock something in. I wonder, though, if you do need to use these Nikos. No, he's got 56 HP. He can be more patient, can't he?
Yeah, he can definitely be more patient. Again, I'm just wondering, patient for what? What are you still looking for?
I think maybe you see what items Kane brings you, and then you let that influence who you 2-star. Whoever's going to use it better.
Or I suppose you've got so many choices between Janna and Xerath. It's whichever one you don't hit, Nico the other.
Right. Yeah, that's another part of it too. Is you've got a couple rounds to save up, so you can try to just natural something as well. Makes sense. Oh.
I always love the echo ult during the pull.
Yeah, I was confused for a second. So he still gets to ult mid pull.
Yeah, because he started before the pull.
Oh, right. Okay, I see. So he just goes around, hits everyone one more time, and then he just accepts his fate. He's like, all right, I'll just get eaten now.
Oh, and look at this. Chewbacca barely not making it. So TN did play spoiler here.
Wow, yeah, he did. In a big way. -3 to -5 in the end. Gives TN the 4th place.
Yeah, so that's huge because, like I said, with this lobby already being this close, that's going to really open up for just about anyone. So, Cottontail could still come back. GVA's got to be sad that he didn't top with that. But yeah, this lobby got a lot more open.
I always like situations like this too, where we have a top 3 that have a good amount of HP yet, where you aren't going to see everyone getting knocked out in the next round. Because then you get to see a lot of really fun positioning adaptations. But some switching going on from Cottontail. Itemizing.
Yeah, we're basically in full Piba comp at this point, where it's full legendaries. Gonna Nico the Janna. I think he's basically just missing the Morello Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, I guess so. Huh. Everyone always says, "Oh, well, the Piba doesn't run Xerath Janna," but Piba can. It's the meaning has expanded now. All right, it's just protectors and legendaries is how I see it.
Yep, and that's basically what we have here. It's the Fast 9 lots. I keep calling it the lots of legendaries comp.
Yeah, I think it's a good title for it too. Fast Legends. Urgot ate the mech, which is always good. Urgot.
Yeah. Yep.
Plays against the Ghost anyway, but easy win there. And it looks like it's going to be, you saw Jogo TFT taking a loss there. So from first down to third now.
Yeah, Cotton's in a real strong spot with this comp. That this is looking like a pretty solid first place, which he's got to be happy with because it'll undo his 8th from earlier.
Yeah. And I think this comp is another one of those ones where at its peak, it is nearly unbeatable. You look at the Blade Master build that we see right now with Master Yi 3. That comp at its peak is another one of those comps that's just going to be a first. I think this is another one that's in that conversation.
Yeah, if you can get all the pieces here and get the 2-star, all the 2-star legendaries, you're in a good spot.
Right. Urgot, is he gonna munch on the mech again? Certainly seems possible.
Victor, almost better. Oh, didn't quite finish it off though.
No, he didn't. Went down. So now it's on like this, Cinder and stuff. He kills
Xeniator.
Happen. Yeah, Xeniator looking like he's gonna win this round.
Yeah.
Unless, I was gonna say, I thought the mech was going to break up for a second there, and then Cinder was going to one-shot all the mech pilots, which maybe is going to happen.
Yeah, I think he still wins this.
Nico is so good.
Nico's real good right now.
Through all of that, yeah.
And that's where she should be, right? Like a strong 3 cost should be your exciting front line. She's doing her job. Reminds me of like the set 1 Kennen days where she jumps in there, gets some big CC. With this many items, she's doing what she should be.
Yeah. Yep. And Nico 1 is always, or not Nico 1, but Nico as your one frontliner has always been pretty strong in set 3 if you get the right items on her. GA has always been a big part of that. Since with 2-star Nico, it pretty much always guarantees her 2 ults, which is a lot of CC. That's a lot of crowd control for your opponent to deal with. All right, so Jogo versus Cottontail.
Yeah.
Pretty big Fizz ult. Oh man, that Xerath is in big trouble. The Janna ult saved him for just a little bit longer. Oh my gosh, the Lulu ult right after the Janna ult. That Xerath lived for way longer than you would have thought he would have. That's gonna help him win.
Like you said, this comp is so online. I think this is just looking real good.
Yeah, you saw Jogo knocked out in 3rd, which is fine. He'll get 10 points. He'll feel happy with that.
Yeah, still puts him at the top of the lobby, so he's got to be real happy with that.
Right. Wow, 2 Rebel medallions. Interesting. That narrows down the choices a little bit. But still some good stuff on this carousel. Shojin's, Frozen Heart. And,
it seems like the carousel is rebelling against them a bit.
A little bit, yeah. Although, I guess you'll take that Shojin's for the Janna. That'll be pretty nice for Cottontail.
Shojin's Janna is pretty good, so.
You ever notice like that Urgot's back looks like 2 googly eyes looking at you?
Well, I do now, and the little like smiling face there. Thanks, can't see that one.
I just noticed that now too, and I'm like, oh great. Oh, he turned around. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, this comp is fully online now. We got 2-star Janna, 2-star Lulu, 2-star Urgot. This thing's good to go. Oh, look at the triple Frozen Heart Echo though. I love it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And
I love it.
Right on the Xerath as well. That's pretty strong. Oh, the mech! He ate it.
Yep.
He ate the mech, and it seems to be kind of the inevitable.
Yep.
Xeniator could die this round, even at 22 HP.
I think he'll be okay. I think.
I'm always bad at this math.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 HP. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally called it.
I mean, you're the dev. I'm just a caster, so I'm glad you were right. Yeah, that worked out better for you. Yeah. And people don't expect me to get math right ever, so it's no skin off my back either.
Yeah, this is looking like pretty inevitable.
Yep. Wow, those Urgot items. Infinity Edge Jewel Gauntlet.
It's actually really terrible. It's kind of funny.
So does that affect how much true damage he does with each tick then?
I believe so. So. I could be wrong, but I'm like pretty sure it does.
So he'll just eat people faster, I guess.
I'm going to watch here now because you actually have me super curious. I'm pretty sure, but
I've not seen these items on an Urgot before.
All right. So he's eating and yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Bigger true damage crit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, goodbye, Victor.
Yeah, 5,600 instead of 2,000.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right, and so that's going to be the end of the game as well. Cottontail TFT with 56 hit points remaining dominates this lobby and gets the first. Yeah. And like you mentioned earlier, Mort, this is a big one for him because he got an 8th. And so being able to offset the -1 he got from the 8th with an 11 points from first is going to be possibly very useful.
Yeah, definitely like more valuable than top 4 for sure.
Yeah.
Could come in handy in the long run for breaking those tiebreakers. So he's got to be feeling good about that. And again, with TN playing spoiler there's a slim chance for him to still come back and be top 2 in that lobby. So
Yep. Well, let's take a look at the lobby scores after 4 rounds, almost done. 1 game to remain. It's going to be KCI. Oh, all right, on top of lobby A, and a really consistent day for him. Just straight up 1 first, 3 fourths, that or 3 top 4s anyway. That is a great start for him.
So I'm going to nerd out a bit here on these scores here because KCI can still not make it with an 8th, and then Luki could come back. So this is still a lobby that isn't decided, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, both Marcus and Luca having a chance to come back and possibly take one of those top 2s.
Yeah, I think it's pretty tight between the 3 of them. I don't think there's a way. Well, no, if oh god, the 31-31.
Oh, so if Marcus takes an 8th and goes on to 31, and Becca or Dark Hydra take a first, or Fanboy rather, Dark Hydra take
exactly. Although Marcus would then have 2 firsts, so I think Marcus wins the tiebreaker. So it's basically down to 3 players in this lobby.
Yeah, you're right. The tiebreaker, the first tiebreaker is number of firsts. So that would mean that Marcus is still safe, no matter what happens. Seems like
so that one seems down to 3 players.
Yeah. All right, lobby 2, lobby B rather. Zugrug.
Zugrug playing real well again. Kune in the top, Can in the top. Oh
this
man,
one's a bit more open.
Yeah, this is another one where I think pretty much anyone still has a shot. Because even if like Kune, Can, and Jing bought 4 and Fluffy tops 4, if Fluffy wins, so it's still possible for even Fluffy or Solless. Everyone's got a shot here, but Itchy.
Yeah, Itchy, the one that's out. Obviously, St. Vicious down at the very bottom, unfortunately, forfeited today. So he's just going to be -4. Won't worry about that.
Lobby so everyone but Itchy has a shot in this lobby.
Yes. Lobby C. Crowin on top, managing to top 4 in his 4th game as well. 32 for him. But this is another really tight lobby, isn't it?
Yeah, this is another one where basically I think, like you said, Kurum's out, Goat's out, but everyone else is in the running and no one's locked, right? Like Crowin could still lose this. So this is where, unlike the last 2 lobbies we looked at where it was like first seemed lock and everyone's fighting for second, this is anyone's game.
I guess Crowin with like the slight edge over a lot of other people in tie situations because he's the only one with 2 first places. So that'll help him a little bit.
But for example, if like Sunny and Glider both top 4 and Crowin doesn't, there you go. So
exactly. It would be weird though to not see Crowin make it to a finals lobby. It seems like he's always in there. So
this is a tight lobby, anyone's game.
I don't want to cast or curse him, so I'm not going to say any more about Crowin. Let's take a look at lobby D and see where the scores are at for that one. Lobby D.
So this is our tightest lobby.
Oh yeah, definitely. Pretty much everybody having a chance, at least it looks like.
With the exception of TN, anyone could win this lobby. This is really anyone's game. If ASO goes 8th, that's 30. If Xeniator gets first, that's 30. He would then like break the tiebreaker with Yuso. So yeah, this is anyone's game. This is a very, very open lobby. So So yeah, lobby C and lobby D are both looking like anyone's game. Lobby A and B looking a little more solidified because KCI and Zugrug are both playing out of their minds, it looks like.
Well, that's cool, though. It means there's going to be a lot of excitement in the final game of the day. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, the final lobby of the day at Mortdog's Top 4 Madness tournament. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to Mortdog's Top 4 Madness Tournament. One more game of madness to go here in our round of 32. And it's tight, like between lobbies C and D especially. And so we're kind of, we're going to follow one lobby. We've chose to follow lobby C. It's one of our two tight ones. And we'll see who makes it through to tomorrow because like we've been talking about, Mort, it's only those top two players that get to make it onto the finals lobby tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm happy that no lobby is decided yet. So everyone's still got a chance, or at least a lot of people have a chance. So we'll see the pressure on for the final game, which feels really good.
Yeah.
And yeah, especially like I said, for both lobby C and D, where it really is just about anyone's game, should be really tight competition and see if anyone buckles under the pressure or if they come out with their A game and nail that first place. And that's going to feel real hype. So
yeah, it's going to be awesome. We've seen a lot of really great stuff today as well. I mean, it's still one of the things I really like about 10.15 is that the variety has kind of expanded again. There's more things that people can use to take first in lobbies. And we are certainly seeing the rise of certain things being a little bit more dominant than others. Like obviously Blade Masters has become very, very strong over the last few days, but we're still seeing like a good variety in first. So
yeah, one of the other things you have to look at too is like, yes, a comp might be getting a lot of first places, but what we're not seeing is every time someone tried to run it and failed, or every time, what is a comp doing better and getting a lot more seconds, that statistical anomaly here. So
yeah,
interesting to see.
That's right. So on board with Sunny Lou as we get started in our final game. It's going to be another Galactic Armory. So our second one of the day.
So I'm interested to see what 3 items we get here.
Yeah, okay. It'll be belt, rod, and gloves, it looks like.
Yeah,
Okay.
So expect a lot of Morello because the Trap Claw is not something you usually lock in early. And the Jeweled Gauntlet, again, not something you lock in early. So I'm expecting to see a lot of early Morellos here.
Yeah, and that's an item that I suppose you can build without worrying about too many other people building a lava. Oh my gosh, it's a Cassiopeia. All right. Well, now you're incentivized to build the Morello.
Again, I'll call out the risk here is if you go this route, you're banking on getting 2 tiers later. So it's very risky. You can definitely lock it in at this point and not have a problem, but you better have a backup plan.
Yeah, it is a little bit scary. I don't know. Like, I would be slamming that thing, but I think at the end of the day, like you have to wait until you see the rest of the items from the neutral rounds before you really make any decisions. It's just too much risk to build anything right now before you see what you're getting,
Yeah, at least with me, the Alawi, the Malphite, and the Cassiopeia, like that's that 2 battle cast real strong. So hope to see it, but
sword. Okay. So another sword. So there's a reason right there that might push him away from building the Morellonomicon right away, because suddenly if you got a couple swords, you're starting to think about possibly a different comp.
Yeah, this gets to be a tricky puzzle, right? Because like you've got the IE, but even if you go that route, you're still left with like a leftover Morello. You're not looking at the Zeeks super hard. Maybe you go Deathblade Blasters, maybe, but like again, you're still kind of stuck in a weird spot.
I think the safest direction, and it's one that Sunny Lou is sort of angling towards a little bit, is cybernetics, because it's hard to find a combination of items that doesn't benefit you a little bit, at least in cybernetics. You've got people that can use kind of everything. So we'll see. He's just going with the Vanguards and Lucian for now, and all right.
Okay, see, this helps because he can go like red buff IE right now.
Yeah, I like that.
And that'll help a lot.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. The only thing is he's missing the blaster, but
it's something that I hate to say you can expect to pick up, but you can normally expect to see a Kog'Maw or a Graves, like one of those two.
Yeah.
You've got a couple different choices anyway.
I think he's choosing to lose streak to try to get the bow later for the Vayne.
Could be, yeah. That would make sense. Or GA.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
I'll admit, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he's going with this. So this will be interesting to see.
I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah. Because the Guardian Angel, it's a good item. It's probably one of the most objectively just straight up good items in the game because its ability is so strong. But it has become less popular lately.
Yeah.
I wonder where he's going with this.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the end goal is here. Because, like I said, GA is just a generically good item. It can go on a lot of people. Interesting. It's an interesting play. We'll see how it goes. But at the very least, he's got Econ going. He is sort of probably heading towards that loss streak to get whatever item he's looking for. Gives him some options. It could go, I guess, this could just be GA on the Vayne later as a possibility.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but you just don't see a lot of GAs on Vayne, you know?
True. And he sold the Leona. He sold the Leona, so that's probably not where he's going. All
right. So this could be a situation where you go protectors and then you use the GA for the Nico.
Yeah. Look at these items, by the way, on the Xayah.
Oh, all right. That's interesting. Deathcap Runins Gloves Xayah. I mean, the Runins, sure, we see like Runins Deathblade on Xayah fairly frequently.
Yeah.
The Deathcap is a bit of a surprise, though.
I mean,
seems like
60% more attack speed, I suppose, but
I guess so. It seems like Master Yi items to me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's actually very, very true. Yeah.
Yeah. And I suppose normally you'd probably want to keep the items off of a Blade Master, but you know, you kind of work with what you got sometimes in the early game, and you can always
all these blasters.
Yeah, seriously. Now, you know, what you mentioned earlier, Infinity Edge red buff really kind of feels like it was the path.
Yeah. You know, hindsight 2020, but oof.
Yeah. So Sunny Lu from Sweden recently played in the giantslayer EU Cup. Sweden didn't make it through past the first round, which is a little bit surprising with the caliber of player on that team. So this is sort of Sunny Lu's latest chance to perform well in the tournament. And he's a good player. We've been watching him in the TFT scene for a while, so hopefully he does okay today.
Yep. And for sort of a quick recap, like this is still anyone's lobby, but Crowin, Sunny are kind of topping it right now with Glider and Aegon right on their tails.
Right.
And then Hero just a little bit behind, and Kurum probably out of the race. So
yeah. Yep, Kurum kind of way down there, unfortunately. And carousel number 2 on our Galactic Armory here. And just kind of a good mix of regular stuff. I think I did see a spatula.
Yeah, there's a spatula there. It looks like Goat's going to take it. So
right. All right. Sunny Lu just doing a little bit of scouting as he gets ready for the next side of things. Before he decides, or he actually pick up the belt. Okay, so he can get the Warmogs on Jarvan. So it does seem like he's kind of angling towards a protectors based composition.
Yeah, I mean certainly that Warmog or the Warmogs will be a big spike, allowing him the front line to survive a bit. Still wondering what damage we're leaning towards, but we'll see how that goes.
I suppose if you've got that sort of protector's backbone to it, you can be pretty flexible with what damage you include. You can even do, you know, like protectors infiltrators actually is not bad in the early game.
Yeah, sells the blasters. Definitely not going that route. It's interesting because he's holding on to these infiltrators, and I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It's kind of confusing. Okay, so he did get the Nico, and he's going to put the GA on that. And whenever you... Oh, no, he's going to put it on the Zed. Never mind. Okay. Oh, did you see the Zephyr was going to be on the Nico, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
this is still really interesting.
It is a little bit bizarre. It's he's sort of trying to like cobble together this comp as best he can.
Yeah, certainly there's a bit of like play strongest board, right? Because like the 2 infiltrators will be really strong this early.
Yeah.
But
well, we'll see. I mean, it's still going to be good enough that he won't take like huge losses, and he may actually still win this. If the Nico can stay alive just a little bit longer,
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, second Nico in the shop seems like something he'll probably want to pick up.
Yep.
But
the only thing bad here is he's struggling a little bit with Econ. He is level 5, so as long as he can get to that 20 gold spot, but I don't think he can. So he'll be a little behind on Econ here.
Right.
Yeah, I wonder if he is going like Shaco as a possibility here.
Yeah, so what you can do... Okay, so here's an idea. He could go Protectors, and then he could go Shojin's Shaco, which has been pretty popular lately with the GA, and then either go Dark Stars from there, or he could just go back at the Protector direction and then eventually transfer the Shaco items onto like a Janna or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even like the RFC BT GA Shaco has been another play as well. We've seen that do okay in this tournament. It hasn't really won many lobbies, but it's been good for top fouring, which is what Sunny needs. So
yeah, true. Just need to find a way to preserve the HP, but struggling a little bit, down to 76 as he goes into Krugs into 2-7.
Yeah. We've also seen tournaments where if you're counting on something like a Shaco, it can be, if you don't hit that, it can be real rough. So
Right.
locking yourself into that comp can be could be rough.
I believe we've seen players not successfully find a Shaco recently in prominent tournaments.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
What do you think about the Shojin's Shaco that we've been seeing a little bit more of lately?
I think it's okay. It basically allows him to get that Bloodthirster cast more frequently without having to take damage. I do find in the end game, though, you're usually down to like that Shaco 1v3, 1v4.
Yeah.
And you can take enough damage that you don't need the Shojin. But yeah, I still think RFC BT is the better choice. But I would say Shojin is an acceptable backup to the RFC.
So I'm thinking back to where he had the option to go cybernetics now. And I'm looking at the and if he had, the blaster items on Lucian, and suddenly you're finding the early Aurelia in the vein.
That's a spicy roll.
Got the bow even. I mean, like you said, hindsight is always 2020. He can build the death cap. Honestly, he can build on the Jarvan if he wants to, but
this is rough. This is looking real rough. Like, hasn't 2-starter protector yet. Hasn't lucked into like a Shaco.
Yeah.
Items aren't really Shaco worthy anyway.
Yeah.
And is struggling like if you wanted to go like a fast 9 or something, but yeah, this is gonna be rough.
Yeah, because he has the ability to build things like Last Whisper, but he just doesn't have the stuff to support the vein. Like, he's thinking about it. He's like, oh man, I've got 3 cybernetics.
Ooh.
It's time for a pivot.
Yeah, this is giving up a lot of econ though. So he did hit the Lucian.
So think of this though. With this, he could make the good old-fashioned GA Death Cap Infinity Edge Aurelia.
True.
So he does have like theoretically really good items for an Aurelia carry.
True.
I don't know. It's
the lack of Leona at this point though.
Yeah.
I'm pretty worried about that. But
he finds a vein too.
Vein too.
And there's a Lucian in the shop. So he's really only missing the Leona at this point.
Yeah.
That's wild. Wow.
That's quite the transition.
Yeah, I think he could actually make the swap here. Yeah, puts the death cap on the Aurelia. And he doesn't really need to dedicate any more to the Aurelia than that right now, too. It's probably better to load up the vein because he's got the vein too.
That's props to him for transitioning. Let's see if he can recover now that he made that transition.
Yeah. It's a very late time to make that swap, but he finds the Caitlyn. Okay.
That's good. Swap it for the TF here.
Yeah, I think it's worth replacing the TF too. He gives up Protector rather than giving up Chrono.
Yeah, that feels like a mistake with the Protector Warmogs carrying you early, because now you just have no frontline.
Yeah, the Nico with the GA at least gives you more of a front line than you would normally have, just by virtue of the GA bringing back Nico, her stun delaying things a little bit. So she becomes a tank by taking time away from your enemies rather than just being hard to kill.
Now, the nice thing is here, he is in last, which will give him first pick. If he can get the glove off the carousel, that'll be really good.
Oh, wins the round. All right. Actually,
beat Broccoli. Yeah, he beat Broccoli there, which was real good, ending Broccoli's win streak.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So if he can take the Shen, get the glove. Yep.
All right. So this is good. He can build the Infinity Edge on the vein now. Death Cap on Aurelia is great. He can move the GA over to Aurelia later when he doesn't need the Nico anymore. Yeah,
the thing to worry about here is we're already at level 6. Will you find the Leona? Because you'd need at least a 1-star. You'd prefer a 2-star. The odds of 2-starring it here are going to be pretty rough.
Yeah. I suppose you don't need a Leona 2-star to have a successful cybernetics game. You maybe need it for first, but you don't necessarily need it for top.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, wow. All right. So finds the Ashe, finds the Leona, gets the Infinity Edge, and he's in pretty good shape to maybe start turning this one around.
I mean, he has 6 cyber.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just, I'm surprised he's not playing it yet, but we'll see.
I think maybe he's just thinking the Nico front line is just going to be a little bit stronger. We can check back with him a little bit later. We're going to hop on board with Crowin to see what the Cloud9 player is working on. Hey, speaking of cybernetics.
Yeah.
All right. But he does have the Blade Master buff going as well.
Yeah, this is interesting because that Lucian's going to hit so hard.
Yeah. It certainly will. Yep. Critting like a maniac.
Yeah, spell crit for 680 there.
Oof.
So,
wow.
Yeah, this is fascinating. But he has 0 economy also. So he's really pushing for that early top 4. Crowin's doing what he thinks he needs to do to win, which again, get that top 4, move on in the bracket because he is, near the top.
Yeah.
So.
And he's also got 2 first place finishes, which also gives him that edge in possible tiebreakers. So really all he needs to do is top 4. And I think that's enough to just straight up get him through no matter what.
Yeah, if Crowin top 4 is this, he moves on. So anything he can do, pushing that early game. And again, this is what we see with like slight meta shift compared to what you might do on live. Everyone's fighting for survival here. You even look at the health and like other, 80 to 50. It's a lot closer than I think we've seen our past lobbies be.
Yeah. Yeah, we have seen some pretty big gaps open up between the top and the bottoms of a lot of lobbies today, but this one might end up being a little bit tighter. That's a big fizz ult, though. Oh, boy.
Yeah, those fizz items are silly in a good way.
Oh, my gosh. That Lucian, though, again, he crit that Shaco for 792.
Yeah, big stuff, big stuff.
That's so much damage.
And it's nice because, again, this allows you to like circumvent any vanguards that Cybernetic might normally get stuck on.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, that buff Lucian doing all the damage with his ability, that's huge.
It's funny because that alone might be enough to like push him to top 4. Getting that early of an Aurelia too.
It could be. I was gonna
Is
say,
he moving the item?
Yeah, he's thinking of.
Oh, this is tough. Okay.
One thing he could have done is just no, I don't know. I think the Jeweled Gauntlet is not the ideal item for Leona, but it's not going to be bad.
Oh, and a Force of Nature.
Or how about a free Infiltrator Spatula for Aurelia?
Oh God, yeah. Do you go that or do you go the Fawn? That's a tough choice.
This is one of the only times I would ever maybe advocate for not going Force of Nature because Infiltrator Aurelia is so good.
Yeah. The Jeweled Gauntlet makes me a little concerned because it's just not a great item on her.
Yeah.
But yeah, Infiltrator is so good. This is a hard decision. I'll be curious to see what he makes.
I never thought I would ever think of anything but Force of Nature. Okay, yeah, that's if you think about what is the safe choice, that's the safe choice.
Wow, look at this Aurelia though. This Aurelia is beefy.
Yeah, that Aurelia is going to be the new carry for sure. She's a little bit vulnerable, no defensive items, but if she can get the resets going, it's going to be.
In fact, CC'd, Ashed into Nautilus, and then dodged from the Shen.
Ugh.
And then Ash Arrow again.
All right. Heal keeping everybody up. That was still a very one-sided round.
Yeah. Yeah, the Aurelia didn't do much that round, though, but...
It didn't need to.
Yeah.
Thankfully for Crowin.
So what's he missing? He's got Leona. He's missing Vayne and...
I guess Vayne and Echo would be the two that he'd be looking for at this point.
I mean, right? Echo would be ideal, but who's the early one we're missing? Why am I blanking?
I think he's got 5. I think he's got everybody else. Yeah, I know. Game 5 is when the caster's brains.
Oh, Vi. Thank you. He's missing Vi.
Oh, Vi. Right. Yeah.
If you can find a Vi, that'll be huge.
Yeah.
Credit to Twitch chat. I was spacing.
I just given up. I'm like, he'll figure it out.
My God. Once that Aurelia gets going, though, these crits are 1,600.
Yeah, right?
10,000 damage from that Aurelia, that fight.
Wow. That's like getting to close to like Jin levels.
Yep.
Or Jin 1 levels, anyway.
Yeah, the
But
only
either
thing
way.
is like you have the Aurelia on the back line, which means she has to walk all the way forward.
Mhm.
I do wonder if that's the right play, but so far it seems to be working out. And what it does is it focuses everything on the Leona so that that redemption is almost guaranteed to go off.
Right. And the timing that it's gone off has kind of trended towards when Aurelia first gets that reset and starts walking towards the back line. So if she takes any damage earlier, she's nice and healthy when she gets back there.
Yep.
Ooh, this is going to be tough to get through, though. Oh, she's
Yeah,
on the
this is
Wukong. That's actually big.
This is the Vanguard line where Aurelia can struggle. And there's
Yeah.
no Last Whisper on the team, so
It's the really tough moment there was that she was right about to reset and kill the Wukong and like dash off into, carry land, but she got stunned and turned and started attacking the Jace, and then that was it.
yeah. Now, by the way, we're at Carousel, and when we had a close lobby earlier, now we're seeing a big wider spread. The
Mhm.
top 4 and bottom 4, there's like a 20 health gap. So
Yeah. It's definitely opening up a little bit. It's on Glider, Sunny Lou, and Goat and Hero to really try to come back in this lobby now. Only one player with a win streak, though, going into 4-4, which is Aegon.
yeah, right now, Aegon and Crowin
Mhm.
are the two that are looking poised to move on. Sunny's got to come back and get that top 4 if he wants to move on. So,
Right.
and then Glider's close also. So, yeah, looking real close here.
Yeah. Vayne. Okay.
Still needs that Vi.
Yeah, missing the Vi. And I guess either way, like your board is still pretty good, so you probably don't need to roll down for that until like you hit 8.
Well, he just hit. Yeah. Oh, the Force of Nature. That's what threw me off.
Yeah.
Yeah. The power spike would be really big, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Hitting the Vi would make a big difference. But the last thing you want to do is roll down and not hit it, and then your economy's in the dumpster, and then So
you're right.
He's got the HP though. He's got like a little bit of wiggle room to lose a couple rounds because he's not going to lose by a lot. I can't imagine this comp getting crushed.
Well, the thing with this comp is it's going to struggle against Vanguards, right? Because there's no Last Whisper to pierce through them.
Yeah.
And Aurelia is still physical damage. Now, in this case, holy moly, it got to the back line and just wrecked it.
Yep. If Aurelia touches anyone in the back line, the whole back line is going to disappear.
Yep.
So got that going. Oh, no Vi. But he can wait. 5-2 is when you go up to 8. You're going to find the Vi, ideally. You've still got a 35% chance at level 8, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're good.
Yeah. Now, poor Hero.
Yes.
Hero was like the one that was 10 behind. So Hero needed this really bad and other things to go right.
Right.
So it's not looking good for Hero.
Indeed. Who's he going to face? Broccoli. Currently on a win streak on the top of the lobby right now. Oh, and I see why. He's got that Ash. And that
that is a scary Ash.
Yep. Permanent
and the Morellonomicon Asol to go with it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a strong, and the double shroud as well. So all that crowd control or all that slowing down of the abilities going off, plus all the crowd control, plus some Morellos on the Asol.
Yep.
That might be a future first. Hey, found the Vi. Okay.
Now, the crazy thing here is, by the way, is that Broccoli is the lowest in the lobby. So Broccoli playing heavy spoilers here.
Yeah. This is the time. But the six cybernetics buff now that Crone has it, he should be in a better spot to start moving up again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I have to question is, again, keeping that Aurelia on the back line, she has to take 3, 4, 5 steps forward before she engages. That's a lot of lost time.
It's a good point. At some point, the scouting will get a little bit more in depth, and I think he'll be able to move that around, move the Aurelia around. The other thing to talk about, I suppose, is that as strong as that Aurelia is, his Vayne is a Vayne 1 with no items.
Yep.
And so you're just not going to really be getting anything out of this Vayne at all. There's an Aurelian Soul. That might be useful. Also, Vi needs an item. Lucian 2. Okay. Oh, Echo. And if he finds one more Echo, he can Nico it.
That'd be big.
Yeah.
He sold the Lucian to put the Jeweled Gauntlet on the Echo, I assume. Yep.
Yep, I would imagine.
And then Bow on Vi, Armor. Okay, Force of Nature on. Yep. Titans Resolve Vayne. There you go. That's how you win the game.
Vayne. Well, it's attack speed, right? She gets a damage boost when she gets hit. There you go. Even though she can only get like once.
She's at One stack.
2 stacks.
Uh,
3.
Nope. There, 2.
Oh.
Hey, we did
peaked
it.
at 9 before she died.
At that point, you almost wonder if putting the armor on like Leona is just better.
Yeah. One does wonder. It gets a little bit weird with cybernetics, I suppose, late game sometimes.
So Hero knocked out, by the way.
Yeah, Hero in 8th. That's rough. There's a Vi too. I do kind of think back to when he had that opportunity to build the infiltrator item on Aurelia. And
yeah,
maybe it would have been a little bit better because he's got this like crazy crit build Aurelia, right? Which is strong, but we've seen that getting to the backlines is extremely difficult. And I think you could pretty easily go IE, Jeweled Gauntlet, Infiltrator, Spat, and then you'd have the Infiltrator buff with Echo as well.
Yep.
So as much as I love Force of Nature, and Force of Nature is a good item for cybernetics, I just think in this case, Infiltrator Spat might have been a bit more beneficial.
Yeah. Because again, Aurelia's just going to keep getting caught on these Vanguards.
Yep. And she's still strong. Like you can see, like if she gets through a Vanguard, then she's got a good chance to make it to the back line. But this doesn't feel like a top 4 comp to me now.
Oh, it's going to be tough. Again, I got to keep calling the why is it on the back line? That's the part I'm not getting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the logic might be that you don't want to get stuck on the Vanguards right away. But then again, like if you're going to get stuck on the Vanguards, isn't it better to get stuck on them right away rather than like a couple seconds into the fight? So I don't know.
Well, I'm sure we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
The pressure's on here though, because right now we've got 25 in 3rd, all the way down to 18 in 7th.
Right.
And again, like every health point, every fight is going to matter a ton here.
So he moves. He moves to the back line. Okay, or second to back. That's okay, I guess. Usually it's second row that Aurelia sits in. And the good thing for him is that he's on that Leona 1. Oh, there we go. Got into the back line there.
Nice. Yep.
And it looks like, but there's an Aurelia too, actually wreaking havoc on his team too. But
yeah, the Bloodthirster Aurelia, but thankfully the Wukong CC.
Yeah.
I think he's got this.
Yeah, Sunny down to 5.
So Glider down to 1 life, Sunny down to 1 life, Goat down to 1 life. And of those, Sunny really needs this.
Yeah.
So.
All right. What item does Crowin manage to snag for his Echo theoretically? Hextech is good. Shojin's is
Shojin, I think, is the play here.
Yeah. Since it's an Echo 2, I always feel like Shojin's I never like to put on an Echo 1 because he just doesn't get a second cast. But since it's an Echo 2, we'll give it to him.
Yeah. Getting that second cast off can be really big. Because again, you're hitting 7 units every time. He's got the Jeweled Gauntlet also. So
seems solid.
Yeah.
I just think back and I'm like, man, what if he could have had the Infiltrator buff from the Aurelia and not from the Fizz? And Fizz is strong, like no doubt. But
Okay, like I said, Sunny really needs this. Glider really needs this. So pressure's on for those two.
We'll see who Crowin faces here. Might be one of the two. Wow, there's a Cassiopeia 3 on one of those boards. Sunny Lu finds a Wukong too. That's big too.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yep. All right.
This is really intense. This is really close.
Yeah. Oh, he got shrouded, but he's playing against a ghost. Let's see if he gets to the back line. He's on that Wukong too. That's going to be rough for the Aurelia, but at least it's not a lot of damage on the Aurelia right now.
I think the Echo is going to do a ton of work here.
I think so too. Yeah. I think this is a pretty easy round for Crowin, thankfully for him, for his sake.
And the double redemption. Ooh, Glider out and Sunny out. Ooh.
They're both out in 6th and 7th. That's going to have some major ramifications. Why'd I even try to say that word on a cast? In the standings.
I think as long as Aegon tops 4, we have our top 2 here. Broccoli and Kurum are out. If Aegon top 4s, which is looking very likely, we've got Crowin and Aegon moving on. If for some reason Aegon doesn't top 4, then Sunny would make it. And
having players like Aegon and Crowin move on just would almost seem fitting because those two are kind of like I would say the most prominent tournament players from this group. They've certainly got a lot of experience. They've got a lot of good results. Aegon with the Cassiopeia 3, though, might be looking to send Crowin out in 5th. Crucial must-win round for Crowin. He might live through this, actually, but still, you don't want to get down in HP that much.
Yeah, the positive here, though, is Crowin made it.
Yeah.
So he can sit back, he can relax, take a drink,
Oh, there
and
you
be
go.
happy. Yeah. Even if he 5th, he has made it. So.
Oh, okay. I will trust you because my ability to do standings math on the fly. Yeah. Oh, he's checking too. All right. We'll see someone else's view here rather than look at spreadsheets for Crowin. We're going to see what Kuramex is up to right now. But yeah, you can see even Crowin is like, wait a second, did I make it? I believe it seems like he did.
Like I said, because he's at 32. Even if he loses, no one can pass him except for Aegon, who's the other person here. So
right. Good point.
I think I can do math. I think. We'll see.
I think you can do math. I don't think I can do math. I've tried too many times.
Production can yell at me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident.
After 10 years of casting, I still haven't really fully accepted that I can't do math on the cast. I still try from time to time. It's sad.
Yeah, so I think what's going on right now, like I said, as long as Aegon top 4s, which with 56 health and a Cassio 3 seems likely.
You should, yeah.
If Crowin top 4s, he's the first seed. Not that seeding matters in the final 8.
Mm-hmm.
And Aegon, yeah, it's looking very positive for Crowin and Aegon here.
Looking positive for Kuramex in this game, at least, despite no opportunity to move on to tomorrow. But he had a lot of upgrades.
Yeah, a nice redemption, I think, to show that, like, even if you only lost, like, not giving up here and coming in with a strong performance, I think says a lot about Kurum. So I'm really happy to see that.
Well, you watch this guy play on a stream, and he does not give up.
Yeah, you can tell he cares a lot about the scene and wants to do well. So
yeah, Crowin out in 5th, it looks like.
Okay, so what that means is, yeah, Aegon takes 1st, Crowin takes 2nd, and there's your top 2 from this lobby.
All right, well, decided. We'll watch the conclusion of this one, and then we'll figure out who makes it from the other rounds, who gets into the top 8 of the first ever Mortdog Madness. I'm saying first because I assume there's going to be more.
As long as this was successful and people enjoyed it, I hope so too.
Sounds good to me. Kurum doing a little bit of scouting here. Aegon's just so strong. Oh my gosh. Oh, double Shojin's Rageblade on that Janna too as well.
Nice.
That is a scary board.
It's interesting because, again, we've been talking about like the Blade Masters and how they've been doing, yet we see none of that here. None of that in this lobby whatsoever.
Yeah. Do you think it's I think it may be kind of a symptom of the starting items from the Galactic Armory, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that was a big part. But I also wonder if players get too tunneled because of those starting items.
Yeah.
Or had they taken a risk and just said, here's bonus items, I'm still going to go Blade Master, had they done better, you know?
Right. Well, that's always kind of the perpetual question with Galactic Armory, even after the change to how the Galaxy works, is like you can either lean into the items early on and play what favors it, even knowing that a lot of other people in the lobby might be doing that, or you can kind of go your own direction and take the risk that you're playing maybe like less efficient combinations of the items, but you're not going to be contested as much. So that's like the endless question with this Galaxy is what's better in what lobby to do.
Yeah.
Jace 3. All right.
Oof.
That's pretty good.
The funny thing is, though, he is struggling against Broccoli's lots of legendary comp. So
yeah,
this might still just be a second for Aegon, because that lots of legendary comp is pretty tough to get through.
Well, Aegon's at the point where what he needs is a Thresh pulling in a lot of stuff from his bench in order to really kind of have a chance at the top 1, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Broccoli's got the 2-star Thresh, so it becomes a lot harder to hit that.
Right. And a 1-star Thresh in this comp, a lot of times will die before it even gets a cast off. So
yeah. The other thing is the Vanguard Mystic comp also really struggles with the 4 Sniper, because basically when it's a front-to-back matchup, snipers are kind of like the S tier, right? Because they'll just output so much damage.
Right.
So unless you're running like the 6 Vanguard version, but even then with the Teemo, that makes that really hard. So this is just a hard matchup for this to do.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty tight final 3 either way. Crowin looking like I'm not sure if he's happy or he's sad or he's surprised that he got the shroud, but it's a good item.
Definitely, yeah. I mean,
Take
what
it.
is that? 3 shrouds?
Yeah.
Congrats on shrouding the entire board.
Wow, that player from Japan, Shroud fanboy, like this is his board right here.
Yeah.
This is tailor made for him. 2 shrouds actually on the other board as well for Broccoli. So there's a ton of shrouds in this final 3. An overabundance of shrouds. Okay, so he's going up against the Ghost.
Yeah, the lots of legendary ghosts, but that 2-star Janna with those items is just whew.
Yeah.
And this is what we see in late game TFT, which kind of makes sense, is like getting lots of those 5-cost units in your comp starts to win you games. But for Sniper,
Yep. Seems like it'll do it.
yeah.
Aegon manages to sort of grind down Broccoli there as well.
Wow, we got a real match here.
I was gonna say this one is not as over as it looked a moment ago.
Yeah, this is a really close lobby.
Okay. I mean, Kurum is going to be shrouding the entire board no matter who he plays against now. So he's going to have an advantage from that. And the Lulu, I really like the Lulu with the Zephyr as well because you can reposition it so freely.
Yeah, that's a really good play.
Yeah.
Like you said, 2-star Lulu has enough health. You can basically safely put it anywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. And she's nearly always going to get a cast off.
Yep.
So Kurum now going up against the real Broccoli. And again, insane shroud. It's going to really slow down the Janna. Nico.
Oh, Jin just wrecking that backline. One shots the A-Soul. Holy moly.
He's got so much damage with the items he's got on him. Yeah. Chase 3. Nope, not enough.
And I think Kurum's winning this lobby.
Yeah, it seems possible. Yeah, Kurum, he does. He gets a double kill.
Nice job, Kurum.
Yep, Kurum, rough day results-wise, but in the end, he does manage to get a win in the final lobby of the day for Lobby C. So, as you mentioned earlier, Lobby C pretty much decided, but we'll take a look at all 4 lobbies now to see who the top 8 are. Who are the top 8 who are going to play in the final lobby of Mortdog Top 4 Madness tomorrow? Let's find out. Lobby A. Looks like Marcus.
Oh, wow.
Number 1, and KCI versus Luca. Oh, 41 points and 1 first apiece.
So then it comes to number of seconds, number of thirds, and so that just means KCI had more seconds or more third. Like that's the tiebreaker, and so that's a really close performance. But
yeah,
congrats to Marcus and congrats to KCI. Nice job.
Wow. Yep. KCI getting through, and one of the top ladder players from Europe, Luca, just barely missing out on that top 8.
Oh,
and let's take a look at Group B. It's going to be Zugrug and Kano tied at 41, but that's just going to mean they get through.
Nice. Yep. Again, Zugrug playing really well. That last game didn't need to really throw it too hard. Kano getting through. Interestingly enough, that's 4 NA players we've named so far.
Yeah, notable players not making it through. Kune, very close, but not going to the top or not going to the final day. Fluffy as well.
Yeah.
Solless, close, but no cigar or no healthy alternative.
Yeah, this was a close lobby. Everyone was 1 game off.
Yeah, let's take a look at Lobby C. That's the one that we knew a little bit more about. They're still figuring out some tiebreakers actually with Lobby C. Ooh, exciting. Okay. All right. We'll see what the results are there with that. Yeah, well, let's take a look at D for the moment. We're going to mix up the order a little bit. Esujogo TFT tied with Chewbacca NA to take the top 2 spots in that lobby.
Nice. So this one we have Brazil and EUW moving on. So grats Brazil getting one of your people through. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And EUW. So yeah, Cottontail just all that 9th or that 8th just haunting him. Oh.
Yep. Pretty much that -1.
Yeah, same with Xeniator.
Designed it though. This is what you wanted, more.
Yeah, I mean you had to avoid those 8s.
Yep, I like it.
So
makes for some interesting results for sure.
Yeah,
similar situation for Xeniator actually as well, in that he ended up with the first place being canceled out more or less by the 8th.
Yeah, Grand Vice, I'm sure probably a little frustrated with that, but
yep,
after coming in so hot from that first group.
Yeah, 3 firsts in a row yesterday in his very first group of the day. But it's been a marathon, 7 tournament games yesterday, another 5 today.
Yep.
Like combined with all the ladder I'm sure these guys are playing, like that is a lot of TFT. So we'll wait and see when Group C is available. Apparently, it's still being decided. Okay.
Maybe
Interesting.
my math is off. We'll see.
I'm not even gonna try. I will stay safe in that regard.
So far we have 4 NA players, but
Mhm.
they're sort of the more unknown NA players. I think with the exception of like Marcus, who's shown up quite a bit.
Yeah, lately.
But Marcus, KCI, and then Zugrug and Kano.
Mhm.
Not some of the bigger name NA players, but clearly like high ranking players in their lobby. So that's cool to see.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at some of the lobby results to see if I can get some insight into things. So Crowin ended up with 2 firsts, so he got a lot of points. So he theoretically should be in. Nobody else got 2 firsts.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. I'm not even gonna try. We're gonna wait.
Yeah,
Gonna
we'll wait.
All right. Oh, it's time. Here we go. And Aegon,
There we go.
just to take number 1. He got a lot of points there, obviously. Crowin, narrow number 2. And he ended up, just slightly above Sunny Lou.
Yep.
Apparently.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is kind of the opposite, right? Aegon and Crowin, 2 big known players in the NA scene,
Yeah.
making it through. Aegon, you love the shark emotes, you love everything, and then Crowin, here we go, Crowin in the finals.
I know it wouldn't be a TFT finals without Crowin in there. He's come so close. He was a runner up in Giant Slayer Series Season 2. He's been top 4 in a lot of the finals lobbies he's been in. I keep saying it over and over again. Crowin is due for a tournament win. He has gotten so good this year, made so many finals appearances. So we'll find out.
This is the format that benefits him, right? He's a consistent player.
Yeah.
And so this tournament is all about consistency. So
yeah, very true. It's a format that he's taken advantage of too. 2 first places as well.
Yep.
That's the kind of consistency you want. So right now we're figuring out who the interview is going to be, So what do you think of the top 8?
It's pretty interesting to see. Like I said, a lot of players I was hoping for. Aegon, Crowin getting through is pretty sweet. A couple unknowns. I think this will build up some of their rep a little bit, which is nice to see. Maybe people will finally give Marcus the respect he clearly deserves after many good performances. Maybe Zugrug, it'll be someone can rise up and people will start to know. And then it's cool to see Brazil get one of their players through. Again, passionate TFT community. I'm sure they're going to be rooting real hard for Uso Jogo. And then EUW with 1 person to kind of represent that region. I know the memes of EU is free. Let's see if they can come in and wreck it and upset the 6 NA players. So
yeah, I don't know. EU looks like a pretty strong region to me in Teamfight Tactics. I'm curious to see at the end of the year, where the EU NA rivalry is going to end up standing.
Yeah.
Just kind of going back through and looking at all of our different lobbies here. Man, actually, lobby A was a very high points lobby, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very top heavy. So
yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have an interview with Marcus 35. So that'll be good. I'm excited to talk to the person that I feel like I've been casting so much lately and seeing go deep in a lot of qualifiers tournaments that we've seen, the TL qualifier, the Cloud9 qualifier, and now making it to the finals lobby for a Mortdog Madness.
Yeah, I will say Marcus is the top point scorer also, 42.
Yeah.
There were a couple other 41s, a 39, but Marcus came out on top with the 42. So
it was close. All Crowin needed was that 1/4 in that final lobby, and then he would have been tied right up there as well.
Yep.
With his 2 firsts.
Couldn't quite make it.
So while we wait to see if we can get Marcus on the call, we should talk probably a little bit about the format for tomorrow, because it does change a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, so tomorrow it's actually a little bit simpler. It's literally just 10 points for top 4. That's it. No specials for first, no specials for 8th. But here's where it gets a little weird. Once you get 3 top 4s, you're at 30 points. At that point, a first place wins you the tournament, or you need 50 points. So you enter this range where it's like, okay, next win could do it, or 2 more top 4s. And so what'll probably happen is eventually you'll have a few people in the 30 range, a few people in the 40 range, and it's everyone racing for that first place finish in that last game. So
Yeah.
the pressure changes a bit here, and it's going to become nailing that first place. And so maybe we'll see a shift back into those first or 8th comps when you're at that range. So,
but it's kind of like the same philosophy though that you've had for this tournament, where it's valuing consistency, you know?
Yep.
So, yep. And it looks like actually we're going to interview Aegon instead. Marcus was not available. So we will talk to Aegon, it looks like, who is another player that's very exciting to chat with. Again, that very interesting style. And I think we've got Aegon on the line right now. Aegon, can you hear us?
Aegon TFI, hello DoA, hello Mort.
Hey, what's up? You did it. You made it to the final day. I've been really loving watching your play lately because and the thing is, you've been win streaking more often. You have not been taking those big loss streaks like you did all the time before. What's changed?
Well, for win streaking and loss streaking, it's kind of a lot of it is determined on what I think is basically good in the game and what I want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I first started loss streaking, I guess this was really beginning of set 3.5. I thought Sorks were a little bit underplayed, and with just how Sorks were doing into like early Cybers, early Jinx, we weren't really getting a lot of early wins. And so I would just pick Rod, I would lose streak, and I would just go for Sorks or Riven. And so part of it is definitely just strategy on what I think I want to play or what's underplayed.
Mm-hmm.
What I played in this tourney, obviously, in the top, since it's sort of a top 4 situation, I decided that Vanguards is usually the way to go, since Vanguards kind of cap out, and they just seem to have a better early game. 4 Vanguards is pretty good, so that's led to some win streaks in the early game.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's really interesting. So what do you think about this format compared to a lot of the other formats we've seen in tournaments? Because right now, we're in the first real year of TFT Esports, and it's good to experiment with a bunch of different ones. Does this format it does seem to make you want to play differently, right?
Yeah, of course. Some notable things are with a lot of the tournaments, they do get a little bit top heavy pricing wise. And they definitely feel like they reinforce what you're already trying to do in the game, which is to high roll a first place. And so with this top 4 formats, I think it's nice that it's like a new perspective. Like a lot of players have to play a little bit differently. It's no longer just force reroll Blade Masters, high roll Master E, and go first. Top 4 is much more valuable, and so there should be more strategies.
Okay. Any questions from you, Mort?
Well, I'm happy to hear that. And you kind of answered the format thing. Is there anything in particular right now you're enjoying about TFT, or anything that's like really keeping you playing the game right now?
I guess it's one good thing to note is I do like the idea that there's actually a lot of champions that can be played. And that's really what I have to say, because I know in set 3 it felt a little bit like there weren't too many options because we had less units and not all of them were viable. And so I guess I'm happy that with the mid-set expansion we've added more units, and that there's definitely more champions I see on the field than I guess in previous sets or in set 3. And so that's definitely leading to more enjoyment.
Cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of variety in 10.15 especially. So looking ahead to tomorrow, to your opponents in the finals lobby, what are your predictions? Who looks free and who looks hard to beat?
What are my predictions?
Yeah.
Isn't this? It's mainly NA, right?
Yeah, you got 6 NA, an EUW, and a Brazil.
I mean, I guess then nothing really stands out to me.
Any notable performances? Any players that have been standing out to you, either in your lobby or in some of the other ones?
Players that are standing out?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess obviously just taking a look at it, I guess I'm interested in seeing how Mess does. Just because it seems he's been doing the best in this tourney, and he's clearly highly rated on ladder. But I haven't actually played too many lobbies with him, I think. So
okay, but it sounds to me like more than anything, you just have a lot of confidence in you.
Well, with that, I would say I feel like I have a bigger advantage in a top 4 tournament.
Okay.
That's just style wise. If you sort of just play standardly, I think you're more likely to top 4 than you are to like get those insane first. And so if it's a top 4 tourney, I feel a lot better about my chances of actually.
Well, that's the cool thing is that basically it's a situation where it's very similar to the ladder actually, where like if you get in the top 4, it feels like a win. So this is a tournament where it's the same kind of thing, where you get into the top 4, feels like a win, you know?
That's the goal.
Yeah. Although if you can find a way to give me LP for 5ths, like I'd appreciate that. I could use that. Yeah. Just throwing that out there. But I think that's going to basically do it for us today, I believe. Any final thoughts, any takeaways on the what we saw today?
No, it was good because like we saw early Blade Master taking off, and then we saw the meta sort of shift, and we saw lobbies with no Blade Master with Galactic Armory. We saw the impact those galaxies have to shift the meta combined with the top 4. And we saw some really tight competition because again, these are some of the best players in the world, all 1,000+ LP challengers, all doing really good.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited to see who can come in and wreck that. And also, it's just been a fun experience of like designing a tournament and working with Giantslayer, who's been awesome to bring this to the players. So sweet.
Yeah. All right. Well, nothing more needs to be said. Thanks for watching, guys. That'll do it for today's matches here on Mortdog's Top 4 Madness. Mort and I will be back tomorrow with the grand finals. Thanks to you guys out there for watching. Tell all your friends, if you know anyone that likes TFT or maybe you think would like TFT, have them watch this tournament. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow to see who takes the top spot. See you later.